Okay, thank you. Please be seated. Welcome to the 16th meeting of Council. Hope everyone had a nice Thanksgiving Day weekend. I'm going to start with a land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are gathered today on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenape-Pewak, and Attawandaron peoples. We honor and respect the history, languages, and culture of the diverse Indigenous people who call this territory home. We acknowledge all of the treaties that are specific to this area: the Two-Row Wampum Belt Treaty of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, Silver Covenant Chain, the Beaver Hunting Grounds Treaty of the Haudenosaunee, Nanfan Treaty of 1701, the McKee Treaty of 1790, the London Township Treaty of 1796, the Huron Tract Treaty of 1827 with the Anishinaabe, and the Dish with One Spoon Covenant Wampum of the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee. The three Indigenous nations that are neighbors to London are the Chippewas of the Thames First Nation, Oneida Nation of the Thames, and Munsee Delaware Nation, who all continue to live as sovereign nations with individual and unique languages, cultures, and customs. The City of London is also committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for meetings upon request. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact councilagenda@london.ca or 519-661-2489 extension 2425. And now we get to have the delightful opportunity to have an O Canada singer present to us. Ben Heffernan is a singer-songwriter and producer from London, Ontario. He releases music under the name Oberlin and has amassed hundreds of thousands of streams as a producer on other artists' work, while also performing multiple times a week around London and beyond. Heffernan is set to release his first full-length album as Oberlin as early as 2026, thanks to support from the Community Arts Investment Program. Please rise and join me in welcoming Ben, who will now perform the national anthem for us.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us commend. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Okay, disclosures of pecuniary interest. I'm looking for any disclosures. Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to declare a conflict with regard to, apologies for this, it's having to do with daycare on the Infrastructure and Corporate Services Committee report. As my wife has her own operating daycare, and it's Part D, and I believe it's, 2.5 on the Infrastructure and Corporate Services Committee, Part D.
Yep. And
Thank you.
There's one bill related to the childcare piece, which is Bill, I think, 366. Is that right? Yes. Okay. So Okay, well, we got that noted. Other declarations? Okay, seeing none. I don't have any recognitions today. I don't know if members have any. Nope. Review of confidential matters to be considered in public. We have none. We have council in closed session. We have 8 items for closed session. So I'll look for a motion to move into closed session. Moved by Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Van Meerbergen.
I'll vote yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, we'll be moving to committee room 5, and for the public, we'll return as soon as we're done our closed session. Okay, please be seated. Okay, I'll just, I meant to say this at the start, but I'll let colleagues know that I did make sure there was some snacks available. I don't know how long the meeting will go today, but I'll look to take a break around 3:30 or so. So just in your minds, think about that. We'll still have to have a vote, but that's at the time that I'm going to call for a short break so that everybody can take a moment. Okay, we're on to item 5, which is confirmation and signing of the minutes of previous meetings. We have the 15th meeting held on September 23rd, 2025. I'll look for a mover for that. Councillor Van Meerbergen, seconded by Councillor Ferreira. Any discussion on the minutes? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Councillor Van Meerbergen?
I'll vote yes.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, we're on to communications and petitions. So the way that we'll handle this is everything up to 6.6, including 6.6, has places in the agenda to go to. So we'll deal with all of those together, and then we'll deal with 6.7 separate. So I'll look for a mover for 6.1 to 6.6, and it's basically a referral to all those parts of the agenda. Councillor Hillier is willing to move, seconded by Councillor Cuddy. Any discussion on all of those items? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, the next one is from the Ombudsman. It's about closed meeting complaints. There are no violations and no recommendations contained within that report, so all we have to do is receive it. So I'll look for a motion to receive. Deputy Mayor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Pelosa. That's on the floor. Any discussion on that? Deputy Mayor Lewis, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just going to take a brief moment on this one to indicate that, there's not even any recommendations coming from the Ombudsman's office on this. There was nothing done wrong. And I think the piece that I want to highlight, not just for colleagues, but for the public, when people are talking about quorum concerns, it's to advance the business of a meeting. It's not that councillors cannot be together outside of council chambers in a setting, particularly where other people are involved. In this case, an MP's chief of staff, the mayor's chief of staff were sitting in. It's about whether or not the advancing of a committee business item is happening. That's when you get into quorum issues. When you're talking about, in this particular instance, the impact of federal tariffs, that's hardly something that would fall under the Planning and Environment Committee mandate, so there wouldn't be a motion to bring something forward through PEC there that would have been even in order from the PEC terms of reference. So just sharing that. I mean, obviously we never know where the complaints come from, but quorum is not something that is a universal, more than 2 members of council can't get together outside of these chambers. So I just thought I would take a moment to address that and underline, particularly as this was an added that came, it wasn't in the agenda itself. So for those who may be watching, the Ombudsman not only found nothing wrong happened, but actually didn't even have any recommendations for implementation in the future. So I hope when folks use the Ombudsman's office in the future, they do so with the thought of whether or not there's grounds to move forward, because it is a public resource that does have a cost to the taxpayer.
Okay, any other speakers to this? Okay, seeing none, then that's, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 15-0.
Okay, we're on to motions to which notice is given. There are 2 letters from colleagues. Just a reminder, these will require leave first to introduce the motion because they were posted on the agenda and notice the motion is given. Leave, it was 50% of members of council present for leave to be granted, and then after leave is granted, any motion, well, the motion that is written in the correspondence is put on the floor for consideration. So I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Lewis or Councillor Hopkins. I don't know who wants to. Okay, so one of you will put leave on the floor? Okay, Councillor Hopkins, so you can rise and move leave for this. And leave is not debatable, so we just basically move right to a vote, so. Okay, so leave is on the floor. There's no debate, so we're just gonna open that for voting. So if you grant leave, then the councillors can introduce a motion.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, with leave granted, I'm not sure which of you would like to put the motion on the floor. Okay, Councillor Hopkins is willing to move, so if you want to rise since you're moving a motion, and if you'd like, you could speak to it. Deputy Mayor Lewis will second. Okay.
Yes, I'd like to put the motion on. I do have a seconder in Deputy Mayor Lewis, and I want to thank Deputy Mayor Lewis and Councillor Frank for bringing this forward. At AMO in September, we had a fulsome debate at the board, and we know that this is a tool for municipalities to keep our neighborhoods safe. It works, and AMO will be putting forward a submission when the bill is debated. I do want to also just make a comment on the work that I have seen by staff. Safety in our neighborhoods is one of the most emails I get as a city councillor. Even for the past 11 years, keeping our neighborhoods safe is really important. Staff do a great job. They're giving us the tools that we need to implement them. Back in the community, in the area, continues to require these tools. And I want to just say to you, the community that I represent is very vigilant and is very concerned about the safety in their neighborhoods. And one of the things they continue to do is just not to react to accidents that have occurred. We had an accident on Longwoods before Christmas in our neighborhood, but this community continues. And I just want to make a statement that they passed on to me about these speed cameras. They may be the only traffic calming measure available for calming traffic safety on high-risk, high-volume roads used as emergency routes. Many of these roads have children living on them. I think, to me, it's a very a reflection that I have as a councillor representing the community, that with the desire to get from A to B as fast as possible, we sometimes forget that there are children living on these roads, and this is just one tool. So I'm hoping my colleagues will support this motion and give voice to AMO's submissions. Thank you.
Any other speakers to this? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'm going to echo everything Councillor Hopkins just said. I really appreciate the work that AMO put into this. I know there was a group of mayors who issued a letter independent of this, ahead of this being shared with us by AMO. Respectfully, I think that they were overly prescriptive and maybe missed the mark on a couple of things, whereas AMO's calling for an actual discussion and working together with the province to fix this. I think that that's the right approach. You know, working collaboratively, listening to the best practices that every municipality has. I think London has some, as Councillor Hopkins said, some excellent examples to share, because our staff have done a phenomenal job of implementing this program. We only use it in school zones. The money goes back into road safety improvements. It's doing exactly what it's meant to do. We haven't gone overboard like some municipalities and declared everything in the city a community safety zone. We haven't gone and gotten 50 or 60 of these cameras. We're rotating 7 through the school zones that we have in our city. We're being responsible about it, not just in terms of the effort that's being put out, but also in terms of where the revenue that comes back is being directed. And I think that's a really important factor to keep in mind. So I really want to applaud the work that AMO has done on this. And I know Councillor Hopkins, you were involved. I'm going to also thank Councillor Frank, who worked on this with us as well. I certainly want to say that this was a team effort to bring this forward. I know Councillor Frank has been vocal about this in her ward and how it impacts residents. I've met with a couple of her constituents actually in the last couple of weeks and listened to their concerns about speed, in particular around school zones. So I know it's legitimate there. Just this morning, when I arrived at the office, we photocopied and turned into a PDF and sent off to our staff another traffic calming petition from my ward, very close to a school, where we've got pedestrian cut-throughs mid-block, so students are walking mid-block through a neighborhood. Absolutely, I agree with you, Councillor Hopkins, that this is probably the #1 concern I get from residents. The safety around our schools and parks, and particularly around our schools, which we know often function as de facto parks after school hours as well. So I think this is a responsible resolution to support. I think that there's discussions to be had. I think that there's ways to meet the province in the middle on some of these things. You know, like I said, London's already doing it. If they want to dictate that all the revenue goes back into road safety programs, well, we're already doing that. I think that's a good best practice to adopt province-wide. You know, if they want to say only in school zones and we're not going to have community safety zones anymore, then tell us what the radius is for school zones and we can follow that rule. We're already following it in London and other municipalities can do the same. So I think we have some good best practices to share. I know Councillor Hopkins will continue to share those with her colleagues as she's at the AMO table. And I hope all of us, when we have our discussions with our local MPPs or with government officials when we have the opportunity, will point to the program that London has, the implementation we've done, because I actually do believe we have a really good model to address the concerns that the Premier has expressed about some of these situations, while at the same time keeping this tool in the toolbox. We cannot expect to put a police officer in every school zone across the city. That's the least effective way of enforcing, not only from a financial perspective, but a police officer can only stop one car at a time. A speed camera catches everybody speeding through that school zone. So it either punishes everybody for the violation or we get selective and just have an officer pull somebody over. And at the end of the day, you know, I've said this publicly and I'm going to say it again in this chamber because it's factual and I want it on the public record. A ticket for speeding is not a cash grab. It's not a tax grab. If you don't want to pay it, don't speed in the school zone. It's just that simple.
Any other speakers? Go ahead, Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for committee and the public's information, I appreciate this coming forward. I did actually coincidentally have a community-focused safety meeting last Thursday night with members of Ward 12. At first, the conversation was around automated speed enforcement and why do we do it? I got a ticket. And then for the residents for knowing that, and the conversation is like, well, what does it do? So just thank you to Ms. Sharon and her team for giving us a briefing note that I had read going into this meeting, which allowed me to tell residents that there is a small buffer if you speed. You can always try going under the limit if you want to make sure you don't get a ticket. But that we've had the mobile units operated over around 50 school zones, helping neighbors who've raised these concerns. Improved speed limit compliance has been observed with an average speed reduction of 5.7 kilometers per hour while the units were operational. And after they removed 3.6 kilometer per hour reduction still, letting residents know that that money from those who speed, who got ticketed, come back into the city through the Automated Enforcement Reserve Fund. And it's put out to do things that we need done for additional traffic calming, pavement markings, pedestrian crossovers. If this funding leaves, I know the government will have a new program we can have administrative costs for and start applying for. But this money already here is coming back into our community to do the things. When this funding is removed, we will need to find new budget money to do these things. And if they still want enforcement, there's going to be increased enforcement costs for police across the board, as every neighborhood and every ward council will want some help in their wards. So the conversation then shifted at the community safety meeting of the money is here and it's being operationalized here, and they would like to keep it.
Councillor Trossau.
Just to briefly say that I'm not going to add much to what the deputy mayor has said. We agree on everything here. I think we need to expand this. If anything, that's not on the table now. That could be taken up in a different committee. But I'm persistently hearing from residents in my ward that they want more of these. And how come we don't have more of them? So I think that's something that we're going to need to look at in the future. No amendment here, because I'm thrilled with the wording of the motion. And thanks so much to AMO for taking a really positive leadership on this. And I think it was a very thorough statement. And I'm just very pleased that we're going to be supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, through the mayor. Just want to echo the thanks that have already been said to the mayor, deputy mayor, Councillor Hopkins, Councillor Frank for bringing this forward. I too often hear from my constituents in terms of speeding, especially in school zones. Appreciate the rotation we have and trying to get these throughout the city, because I know we all have issues in terms of speeding in school zones. I do just, in terms of conversations I've already had, I just want to express that, a lot of folks are concerned in terms of what the province is doing with removing these. I think this is kind of a reckless policy decision, because I think it sets them up for cherry picking of traffic laws, especially very much along the lines of rules for thee but not for me kind of attitude that I'm hearing, and that the province, I think, is really running the risk giving people license to break the law in many respects. And if we give too much leeway on something like this, I think it's going to be difficult in terms of future traffic enforcement. So I just want to, again, say thank you to everyone who's involved with this. Appreciate AMO bringing this up as well. And this is definitely an issue that a lot of Londoners care about, and I definitely think that we should keep these cameras. Thank you.
I have myself on the list next, so I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Lewis to chair.
I will take the chair, and I recognize Mayor Morgan.
Yeah, I'll be brief on this. Happy to have signed this letter. I will say I did not sign the letter that other mayoral colleagues put together. I actually don't support the idea of giving people warnings in school zones. That was in that letter. And I think, from time to time, there's different mayors who do different things. Sometimes we sign on to letters together. Both myself and Mayor Sutcliffe, for example, decided to support resolutions at their local councils instead, because neither one of us were satisfied with the final language of the letter. That being said, I think the program is quite successful here in the City of London. I think that the way we've structured it is done very well. There are a number of other municipalities who do it this way and focus on school zones, return the minimal amount of revenue generated back into the road safety budget, and I think that's an appropriate way to go. Now, I don't know if the province will engage in further discussions on this. I'm not sure if they're willing to make changes to the program, regardless of what happens. You know what, regardless of whether there's speed enforcement, the one thing the public can do, and all you have to do is just walk in front of one of the schools during drop-off and pickup and see the amount of kids and parents, people walking, and realize the responsible thing to do is to just slow down in school zones. You don't need traffic enforcement, you don't need a speed limit sign, you don't need any of that. We could just all drive a little slower in school zones. I hope the program is retained for those who don't listen to that, but I think we can all take it upon ourselves to just drive responsibly, particularly in areas where children are involved. So I'm happy to support the letter with my signature. Thanks for the councillors for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Mayor Morgan. I will return the chair to you. I have no other speakers at this time.
Okay, I don't have any other speakers either. So this is duly moved and seconded. We'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, next is the second submission on motions which notice is given. This one is from Councillor Frank, so I'll see if you'd like to move leave. Okay, and you have a seconder for leave? Look for a seconder for leave for Councillor Frank. Councillor Pelosa. Okay, so this is leave to introduce a motion as articulated in Councillor Frank's letter. Leave is not debatable, so we'll move to the voting on motion to leave, for leave.
Closing the vote, motion fails, 7-8.
Okay, so unfortunately, you don't have leave to bring forward that motion, so we'll move on to the next part of the agenda. Okay, so we're on to reports. We're going to start with the 12th report of SPPC. This was a 3-item report, and I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Lewis to present the report.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am not aware of any colleagues wishing to vote separately on items, so I am prepared to put the entire report on the floor.
Okay, anybody like anything dealt with separately? Councillor, oh, no, just a comment? Okay, anything separate? Okay, seeing none, then that's on the floor, and now I'll look for a speaker's list. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Thank you. I spoke at committee, but I just wanted to say again, thank you to staff on this and for the consultation with the Old East Village BIA and with me. Very happy to see this uncertainty resolved. The neighborhood knows now what to expect, and the free parking is really a benefit to those who use those parking lots right now, and it's a little bit of help that is much appreciated. So thank you very much.
Any other speakers? This is the entire SPPC report. Okay, seeing none, then we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
All right, next we have the 15th report of Infrastructure and Corporate Services Committee. I'll turn it over to Councillor Rahman to present.
Thank you. I'd like to present the 15th report of Infrastructure and Corporate Services. I've been asked to pull 2 items so far. That is the mid-year operating budget monitoring report, item 4, and item 8, particularly part D, for a separate vote. And other than that, I'm not aware of anything else to pull.
Okay, would anybody else like anything beyond that pulled separately? Seeing none, go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. I will craft a motion with items 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7.
Okay, Chair puts 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7 on the floor. Any discussion on those matters? All right, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I will look to put item 4, 2.3, which is the 2025 mid-year operating budget monitoring report. We had quite a fulsome discussion at committee about this particular report.
Okay, that's on the floor. I'll look for any discussion on that. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I had this pulled because I'm going to be voting against it, and the reason is that there's $10.6 million that we're using from the property tax 2025 projected surplus for temporary homeless services. And the issue that I have is when it comes, 3 million of that was part of the budget, which we did not move in 2025. And they're temporary, but they're likely to be ongoing. Right? In other cities who've done these micro shelters, they have continued on. Kitchener just extended theirs to 2030 and for as long as it's needed. I'm concerned on behalf of the taxpayers who plead with me about their own inability to make ends meet month after month. And they're asking us to please give them some relief and not make them homeless in trying to address the urgent needs of some on our streets. So I understand that this is showing up in two different places today, but I'm going to vote no here because although it is a surplus, it's not a real surplus in the sense that everything's going fine, we have money for everything, and there's money left over. This is just an amount that is there that is needed in so many different ways, needed for infrastructure gap, needed to address the large debts that are coming in the next term of council, needed for reprieve for people who are really struggling to make their property tax payments, people who own their homes but are on a fixed income and are really struggling with the increasing costs. There's just a lot of need out there, and so out of principle for that, I'm going to be voting no on this.
Okay, other speakers? Okay, seeing none, then we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
Thank you. I'll look to put item 8 on the floor, which was 2.5, and noting that Councillor Van Meerbergen has declared a conflict on Part D.
Yes, and we're going to do Part D first, Councillor. So we'll do just the Part D first, and I'll have the chair put that on the floor, and then we'll do the rest of it afterwards.
Thank you. I'll look to put Part D on the floor.
Okay, so Part D is on the floor. Any discussion on Part D? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0 with 1 recused.
Thank you. I'll look to put the rest of 8, on the floor.
Perfect. The rest is now on the floor. Any comments? We'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Go ahead.
Thank you. That concludes my report.
Great, thank you very much. On to the 14th report of Community and Protective Services Committee. I'll turn it over to the chair to present that report.
Thank you, Mayor. I have some pulled requests for this report, 4 or 5 of them, so half the report has been pulled. So I'm pleased to report the 14th report of the Community and Protective Services Committee. I have pull requests for item 3. That's the bike parking implementation plan. Item 4, that's the green bin and biweekly garbage collection program. That's item 7, the proposed temporary warming center framework. Item 9, health and homelessness whole of community system response research and evaluation report. And item 10, the adequate and suitable cooling bylaw and maximum temperature amendments to the AMPS bylaw A54. So I'm willing to put item 1, 2, 5, 6, 8, and 11 on the floor. Actually, I haven't had any other pull requests, so if there's any other, just let me know, but I'd be willing to put those items on if there's not.
Sure, so right now, the chair is willing to put 1, 2, 5, 6, 8, and 11. Would anybody like any of those dealt with separately? No? Okay, so the chair moves those. Thank you. Any discussion on those? Go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. Just very briefly on item 8, the overnight winter parking change policy. I just want to say I think this is a move in the right direction. You know, as we continue to look at changing demographics, changing family realities, boulevard driveway parking, as we saw even in St. Thomas, hasn't really been a viable option, but on-street parking, we already have the roads paved. So, you know, while people are considering whether or not they might look for a driveway widening because an adult child is living at home or a parent is coming to live with them in their retirement, And whether our bylaws will even allow for that driveway widening at this point, something is on staff's agenda to come back to Peck with at a later date. I think the fact that we have these overnight parking options available to people on the streets is a good use of that space. We know that on-street parking also serves as a passive traffic calming tool. We just had a long conversation about that a couple of items ago. And so long as we have the opportunity to prohibit the parking when we have to because of extreme winter events so that the road crews can do the proper cleanup, then I think we're going a step in the right direction. I also support the cost at $5 a night after the first 15. I think when you look at what people pay for an extra parking stall in an apartment building or a parking stall at their place of work, particularly in the core, we are still offering an extremely low rate for people to park for a month, even if they have to park all 30 days on the street versus what they would be paying if they were in a private lot where they were renting a stall for a month. So I think there is a component of this where it says it is your responsibility to find a permanent solution at some point, so you're gonna have to pay to park, but it does allow for us to accommodate those and still avoid the front yard parking and the parallel parking on the boulevard and those other things which are certainly less safe and less attractive in the neighborhoods that generate some complaints as well. So appreciate the work staff put into this. I appreciate Councillor Pribble bringing the motion forward and getting it through committee. I mean, this is one of the first things I worked on when I was first elected, and we got a little change back then. We're making another change now, and I think it's a step in the right direction.
Okay, any other speakers to this list? Go ahead, Councillor Plaza.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question through you to staff. As I've had mixed feedback with this one from residents, this being the winter overnight parking policy change. With the change of the parking permit reduction from the proposed $15 that was in the staff report to the committee recommendation coming out of $5, can I hear what the cost recovery is going to look like for this program? I know we're guessing what it's going to look like, but just realizing that whenever there's going to be the backside technology end to set it up and monitor it, plus time to go out and actually see if people have registered properly for it, plus probably some public engagement about this program and how to use it. So just through you to staff of if we're looking to see if this is going to pay for itself or if we're going to be subsidizing street parking.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Through your worship, so we haven't done a lot of detail. However, I can note that there hasn't been a fee historically, and we have been monitoring this program and allowing for this for some time. So we do have staff available that have been doing this type of work in the past. So we are optimistic that it will be a self-financing program, but we will be reporting back after the first year to let you know how it's going and just ensure that's an appropriate rate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Mr. Mathers for that. For me, I want to make sure that this program pays for itself. For the mixed feedback from residents, some have said, I just have so many cars, for whatever reason, I rotate them through, I'm out of passes, I don't want a ticket, but I'm willing to pay a nominal fee for parking. I also have residents saying, some people just have so many cars, they're parked in front of my house all the time, I can never get to a parking space in front of my own home because somebody else is using it, and I actually look forward to winter and having the street cleared. So feedback in both directions, so looking forward to see where this comes from.
Any other speakers to this? Okay, seeing none, we'll open this for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, that, I'll put item 3, that's 2.4 of the report, the bike parking implementation plan 2025-2029.
Okay, that's on the floor. I'll look for any speakers. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Again, I pulled this one because I'm going to be voting no, and it's really more of a protest vote than it is actually against the bike parking. We had downtown parking as part of our strategic plan. It's something we've been talking about for years. It's what the downtown core says is critical to their success going forward. And so my protest is we're moving ahead with bike parking with no discussion, nothing in our strategic plan around addressing the urgent need that we have there.
Any other speakers to this one? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-2.
Okay, go ahead, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, the next item, item 4, 2.5 of the report, that's part 2, green bin and biweekly garbage collection program, next steps. I'll put that one on the floor.
Okay, that's on the floor. I'll look for any speakers. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. For this one, I have an amendment that I'd like to put forward. I can read it out.
Yes, please.
So it'll be BII, unless the clerks have a better place to put it, that civic administration be directed to report back with further evaluation and costing of adding weekly garbage pickup during the July-August months.
Yeah, just so you know, for colleagues, the clerks are just going to add this as a whole new part. So it'll just be added as a new part to the overall motion. So I'll look for a seconder for that. Councillor Rahman, okay. Do you want to speak to that?
I believe there's an amendment coming to this one, so for efficiency, I'll wait.
Sure, okay. So the amendment's on the floor. So if you want to amend the amendment, now is the time. Is that you, Councillor Van Meerberg? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to move an amendment that adds that staff look at the feasibility of including diapers in the green bin program, and that would be all diapers, toddlers, babies, adults. That's a very important additional piece to our program. So I'll move that.
Do they need to be two separate amendments?
Yeah, that's what I'm just talking about. So, Councillor, not that you can't make that amendment, but I don't think that's an amendment to the amendment. This is about garbage and during the months of July and August. Yours is certainly related to the item at the committee, but after this amendment is dealt with, you could add that as an amendment because it's really about the green bin recycling program and not the garbage collection piece. So, because I just don't want to put colleagues in a situation, they might not be supportive of one, they might be supportive of the other. If we stick them together, that's tricky to navigate. Yeah, so I'll come to you after this amendment's dealt with, whether it passes or fails, to make this particular amendment to the main motion, okay? All right. Okay, so we'll go back to so the amendment is moved and seconded. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. So I will go ahead and say why I'm bringing this. There's been a lot of request for relief during the summer months, particularly in neighborhoods where they don't have garages or they have a lot of rentals where people just aren't as familiar or not as committed to the green bin use. And so they're having a lot of issues there, a lot of issues with health and safety, with rats, and with concerning odors and that kind of thing. So the original thing they looked at was May to August, which was $1 million to $1.5 million a year, if I recall. So this is a reduced request around July and August, so for the really, really hot months. And there was a $4 to $5 million surplus in garbage. So not to say that that will be happening every year, but I really think that we need to start giving Londoners what they're wanting as well. So there's a need for this in certain areas. There's a desire for it. It's considered a basic municipal service that people want. And for me anyway, I need to start saying yes to some of the things that people pay their taxes for and not always some of these other more urgent issues or homelessness and that kind of thing. If we've got the money for that, then, you know, why do we not have the money to provide a basic service to people who really do struggle during the heat of the summer? So I'm hoping to have my colleagues' support on this. This isn't a go-ahead to do it. It's a request for further costing and evaluation to be brought back to us. So it's not a commitment at this point.
Okay, I have Deputy Mayor Lewis, Councillor Rahman, and Councillor Ferreira who are on the speakers list. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. So first, through you, a question to staff, Ms. Scherer or one of her team. Can staff explain the difference between what a property tax ratepayer pays through their property taxes for garbage collection and an increase and a surplus resulting from increased tipping fees?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll certainly do my best. The taxpayer rate-funded garbage collection is based on biweekly garbage pickup and weekly green bin and recycling pickup. The tipping fees are variable depending on levels of various types of economic activity within the City of London. It includes things like the institutional, commercial, and industrial sector. It can include a lot of work around construction and demolitions. So they are quite separate funds. The surplus that we have had in our waste management operations has been related to that commercial tipping. It is not something we anticipate sustaining. We also are earmarking some of that for permanent reduction this year as part of the budget debate, and the remainder we are watching in order to ensure that we continue to be able to deliver the blue bin service that is expected by Londoners in light of some potential changes from the provincial legislation.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So I just think it's important to delineate. We're not talking about a surplus as a result of property taxes. We're talking about a surplus from tipping fees generated by commercial activity. I absolutely will not support this amendment. To imagine trying to staff up for extra garbage staff for 8 weeks of the year, the extra capital costs for trucks, because there are separate trucks, that was outlined in previous reports to us. So we would need to have a capital outlay, we would need to have a temporary staffing plan. We struggle as it is to get all of these seasonal workers that we need every year for parks and recreation and road operations, and those are up to 26 weeks. I think folks really need to question how they think we're going to find employees to fill these roles for 8 weeks. We also know from lessons learned in other municipalities that weekly garbage pickup directly correlates to a reduction in green bin use. There is nothing aside from pet waste and diapers that has any reason to be going in the garbage that's creating odor and smell during the summer. It can go in the green bin. That includes bones from meat, eggshells, moldy cheese, although I think it's a crime to let cheese get moldy. You should eat it all before it gets that way. All of that stuff can go in your green bin. There's no reason to have anything stinky in your black bag garbage other than your pet waste, which we're exploring a pilot project to see if we can roll that in, and diapers, which for the overwhelming majority of Londoners, and I'm not saying everyone, but the overwhelming majority of Londoners is often a temporary situation because children age out of diapers. So from that perspective, to suggest that, you know, especially when we just heard on the operating surplus side, we have all of these needs, that garbage for 8 weeks is the most pressing need and best use of our funds. I don't need staff to go and do a report to tell me this is going to be a significant cost increase, and it is going to present a significant labor challenge. So I'm a no. And to me, it comes back to we need to hit the 60% diversion target. We need people using their green bins. We should not be providing a disincentive to use the green bins.
I have Councillor Rahman next.
Thank you, and through you. So I second this motion because I do think it's helpful to have information to give back to residents. I hear this quite often in the summer. I receive a lot of calls about the July and August months and what do I do with the increased garbage with especially large families, especially families with infants and young kids. These are concerns that we're hearing from lenders. So be able to have the information to say to somebody, this is how much it costs to do what you're asking for is powerful. And it's something that we should want to empower people to understand what's the cost of doing something this way versus another. So for me, that's why I supported this motion. I will say it's not a conversation to me about the and/ors. At this point, it's about getting that information and getting it back to people. In my ward in particular, one of the things we're seeing is we're seeing a lot of dumping in new residential subdivisions because people are throwing their garbage instead of putting it into the regular collection. They're throwing it into empty lots, and they're throwing it into areas where they think, you know, a developer is going to assume that cost. What we're seeing is the developer is assuming that cost. And so they're paying more, and I've met with multiple developers that are paying more for garbage removal on their sites because residents are taking that garbage to their sites and instead of putting it in the regular cycle. So I do think that there's opportunity for growth. We have to be willing to have that conversation. I will also say that, look, I'm not looking to take away the green bin program. I'm not looking to not enhance that program, but I am looking to have a conversation that shows Londoners there are additional costs to this, and here's what we've costed it out to be.
Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, Mayor. Many of the comments I was going to make was already said by the Deputy Mayor. I guess I would just add to that, and it would be a big point that he brought up, would be 2 months out of the year or 8 weeks out of the year, and the cost that we're going to be incurring for that. The capital cost for new trucks, which I know we would have to buy, the cost for more personnel to actually do the operation itself. For 2 months out of the year, it doesn't seem worth it for me. On top of that, I would note, you do see our diversion rates with the green bin program are seeing success. We see diversion rates for the curbside increased to 60%, up from 51 last year for the year prior. Residential overall, 52% in 2024, that's up 45%, and garbage has been down comparatively speaking with the same year as well. So we already see some good uptake on this. If this is a conversation that we do need to have, I think it's a little premature right now because we do need to have some time for London at large to still continue to ease into the program. But the numbers are already showing success, so I wouldn't be supportive of the motion as it is, for this amendment anyways, as it is right now.
Okay, other speakers to the amendment? Oh, go ahead, Councillor Pelosa and then Councillor McAllister.
Thank you. I appreciate the desire of looking to address an issue. I just don't believe this is the issue. Stinky diapers for anyone of any age, yes. Sometimes it just comes down to different securing other bags separately for the odor issues during those months of the year. I'll note that if someone's over the limit, bag tags are readily available across the city for $2 per tag. We're looking at expanding the green bin program to include pet waste, which for some is a lot. The city also has a 3-container limit. Each container can be up to 44 pounds. So that's 132 pounds of garbage that we're considering allowing per week, which would be then 264 pounds for that 2-week cycle, which to me in my mind is astronomical. Especially if we're talking about diversion, use the green bins, use your blue boxes. Looking at allowing that weight limit is quite extensive. I know in Ward 12, some of my issues focus around the bulky item pickup, which residents are adjusting to, which will help with some of the dumping as I work with staff and some residents to address their local concerns. Also, the city having waste pickup information in a multitude of languages, I know will help some of my residents, so working with staff as well to get all the different languages out to different neighborhoods and their families just to help them disseminate that knowledge and understand it better. So working for those means versus just widening pickup, I'm not interested at this time. Thank you.
Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, and through the mayor. Also appreciate this discussion. I think it's an important one. And I will say, I found this summer interesting in that, to the Councillor Stevenson's comments about rats, and I'm not sure who on staff might be able to address this, but I did find this was a particularly bad summer. for those kind of complaints. But in terms of what I've been able to see through my site visits, I think this actually has more to do with maybe a property standards issue. A lot of these were dumpsters that were improperly secured. A lot of them were townhouse sites, apartment buildings, and I also noticed obviously that increase with illegal dumping as well. So I'm not sure if staff can maybe address that, but those are what I've noticed in terms of where that issue might be originating from. But I was just curious if staff have heard similar concerns.
Councillor Van Meerbergen. Oh, sorry. We'll get the answer to the question, and then we'll go to Councillor Van Meerbergen, but only after you're done all your comments, so go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will not pretend to be a professional rodentologist, if that is a thing, but we certainly have heard from some of our folks working in both waste collection and in parks that it has been a bit of an unusually active rat population this year. I don't know exactly why that might be. We certainly are happy to provide more information about how to well secure any sort of waste, including your blue bin, because the smell of food residue can be quite attractive even when no food or waste is present. So we're happy to put out some information in that respect. Certainly it's something we monitor. And on the property standards side, I conferred very quickly with Mr. Mathers, and he didn't have any data to back that up. But anecdotally, yes, we have heard that from some of our own teams as well.
Go ahead, Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, and appreciate the answer from staff. Yeah, and I do think this is an important discussion to have. I think as we roll out, obviously there's a few pilot projects that are still in the works with this, looking at especially with townhouse complex apartment buildings. I think those are concerns we need to address with those programs, because that's where I've seen a lot of the problems originating from. I think we obviously need to have those conversations in terms of the property managers, making sure these sites are secure. Yeah, because I have noticed the increase with the rat population, but I think that's something that we need to address maybe as a separate topic. And that's something I'm happy to discuss at CAPS. But at this point in time, I'm not really willing to move forward with this, but still an important discussion to have. Thank you.
Okay, now Councillor Meerbergen, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I think we all agree that garbage collection and the garbage system is foundational to the property tax, foundational to being funded by the property tax. It's something that we all rely on. It's something that we all want to know that it's working at its fullest capacity and its best capacity. I mean, it's just a fact that in the summertime, particularly July and August, it's very rancid with garbage. I mean, who among us has not had explosive odors that emerge in the heat, in the humidity? And there are some things that Tide just doesn't get out. There are some things that you don't want even to put in your washing machine. So where do these clothes or other items end up? In the garbage, and they smell. So if we can get it picked up, so much the better. So this is just a report to come back to us to see the feasibility of this proposal. I have to agree with others. This is one of the main complaints I certainly get and have gotten for years and years, is making sure that our garbage system is working at its peak. And so I will be supporting this motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other speakers to this amendment? Okay. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. So thanks for the debate. I was more inclined to support this because I hear similar concerns from my constituents. Until Councillor Van Meerbergen indicated his possible amendment regarding diapers. I hear we're looking at pet waste as well, because quite frankly, that's where I get the biggest concerns from. Those two things in the summertime. So I'm not inclined at this time to support this. I'm hoping that the next motion, which I will support, amendment to look at diapers, and if we can find a solution for diapers and pet waste, then so be it, because I think that will alleviate some of these other concerns. If we can't, then I want to go back to this discussion so that we address this problem once and for all. Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers to this amendment? Okay, so this is on the amendment about the Not Councillor Van Meerberg's, but just Councillor Stevenson's and Councillor Rahman's amendment about weekly garbage collection, getting information on that for July and August months. Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion fails 4 to 11.
Okay, Councillor Van Meerbergen, you had an additional amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. I, as mentioned earlier, would like to propose an additional amendment. We could call this 8.34B3, that civic administration be directed to report back with further evaluation and costing of adding diapers to the weekly green bin pickup. Can I now speak to this?
Just give me 1 sec. So it wasn't quite how we had worded it. So, Councillor, I just want to land this in the right spot. So B is like complete an implementation plan for the pilot of pet waste. So that's kind of got a lot of detail to it. Okay. You're asking about, I think, just the feasibility of diaper waste and green bins at this time, right? To get a report back before we make a decision to do it. So I think this seems like we'll just make this a whole separate item so we don't mix those two together. And because people may, if we add it into that and then people like one but not the other, then I'm going to get asked to separate them later anyways. So we'll make this a whole separate one. And if I don't know if you're okay with the language of that kind of captures it as civic administration be directed to report back to the Community and Protective Services Committee on the feasibility of including diaper waste in the green bin program. That would be logistics costs, all the components of feasibility would be captured by that. You're willing to second? Or, oh. I'm going to need a seconder at some point. Okay, Councillor Lehman. Sorry, go ahead. Is this a committee point of order thing? Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. I was just trying to get on the speaker's list for that one.
Sorry.
For sure, we'll get you on the speaker.
Then I'll do a point of order.
Okay, what's the point of order?
Thank you. I know this conversation has come up before at committee regarding what materials are available to be in the bin. I know Part D of staff's recommendation was that nothing else, no other materials be collected in the green bin at this time. Was part of that staff report already looking at diapers? Just when staff brought this report, did they already consider diapers? Just in that case, the report is already done and would need really specific direction on the motion on the floor.
Okay, good. Good point of order. Let me just get an answer to that. So for our staff, my question is in D, where the committee has directed take no action on expanding the materials collected in the agreement program at this time, was diapers considered in that assessment and is captured in that take no action or not? Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. We have considered previously the inclusion of disposable incontinence products, diapers, and menstrual products in the design of the program. Based on feedback from other municipalities and the challenges those present in the end stream of actually processing the waste, we had recommended not pursuing an update to that information. Should you wish to have that update, the work is not done and we would need to provide that work to you sometime in the new year.
All right, so based on that and advice from the clerks, I'm going to say you need to defeat D first, and then you can add your amendment, because based on that answer, it's kind of captured in D that we're not looking at other materials. So if you defeat D, then you could put a new D on to say we're going to look into diapers. So the order here will be, I can vote on D first, so that you'll have that opportunity before we get to the rest of it. But I think that's the procedurally correct way to go, given I agree with the point of order that that's essentially contained within that piece. So give me a sec to work out some logistics here. Okay, so I'm just going to try to run the meeting as efficiently as possible. I know technically we could just continue debate on the main motion, but I think procedurally, if no one objects, I'd like to address D now. If D gets upheld, the amendment is out of order anyways. If D gets defeated, the amendment can be on, we can debate the amendment, and then you'd still have the chance to debate the whole as amended motion. So everybody still gets a chance to speak, but if we can kind of address this now, I think it'll be the quickest possible way to move through the decisions councilors want to make. No objections to that? Okay, that means what I want to do is I want to vote on D now to see if D is upheld or not. Okay, everybody knows if it is upheld, then we're not having a conversation about diapers today. If it isn't, trust me, I've dealt with diapers since like 2007. But if it is defeated, then I would let Councillor Van Meerbergen go and put his amendment on the floor. We would debate the amendment. If it passed, it would be part of an as amended motion. If it didn't, then we move on. There's no D. Is that a question or you wanted to speak?
It's a question.
Yes.
Your Mayor.
Go ahead.
If the amendment is defeated, what happens with D? Does it, can we bring it back?
No, not. Yeah, so D just says we're not going to look into this anymore, right? So if we defeat that, that means we're looking into some things. The amendment can come back and say, one of the things we're going to look into is diapers. That doesn't mean we have to look into everything else, but it would still, the ability to look into it without reconsideration would still be there. But it doesn't mean we have to look into a whole bunch of different things. So D is basically council's way of saying, we're not looking into anything else for 12 months because it's basically a decided matter of council. So defeating D doesn't have any harm. I shouldn't say any harm. If council wants to not look into things, they have the right to do so, but doesn't preclude us from looking into things in the future. It also doesn't compel us to look into things in the future, except for if the amendment passes to look into the very specific thing. So if D is defeated and then Councillor Van Meerbergen's motion is defeated, we don't need to do anything additional, but committee would have the right to do something additional without reconsideration from council. Okay? Everybody get that?
So,
Yeah.
respectfully, your worship, now I have to call a point of order.
Okay.
And I hate to get into the procedural weeds here, and I would respectfully remind colleagues this is why it's good to circulate things in advance so that we can get these procedural kinks worked out ahead of time. At this time, I think it would be appropriate if Councillor Van Meerbergen wanted to amend D to direct staff to look into something. Then we can decide on whether we're amending it or not, and if not, then D stands as the not doing anything else. The amendment would be in order to Clause D because it would change the intent of Clause D and would allow council to discuss the amendment without having to defeat D first and potentially leave us with no Clause D.
So I'm going to call that a point of order, and I'm going to say I disagree. Doing something is completely contrary to the committee's recommendation of not looking into anything further. So an amendment wouldn't be in order because it would be absolutely contrary to looking into something specifically. So I stand by D needs to be defeated in order to look into something because the committee has said very clearly in D that they're not going to look into further materials, expanding material collection in the Greenbin program at this time. So you got to defeat that if you want to look at expanding materials collected in the Greenbin program at this time. So I'm going to say it's contrary. You can challenge me and we can all decide.
Then I'm going to challenge the chair.
Okay, and that's fine. It's a decision-making mechanism. I take no offense. So the way that this works is the ruling of the chair sustained? So if you vote yes, my interpretation is correct. If you vote no, the opposite interpretation is correct. My interpretation is you cannot amend D, you have to defeat it. So if you vote yes, then we're not amending D, we're going to have to defeat it. If you vote no, D can be amended. That's how it works, okay? It's not debatable. I don't think there's a question right now. A question about the process, sure, just to make sure everybody's voting properly.
Thank you, Mayor. So just further to what the Deputy Mayor is saying and what you have just said, we will have a chance, because I do see that this is, Clause D is take no action on expanding the material, so that's pretty wide. We're speaking with a specific matter to a potential amendment that's coming forward. Can we ask or have some debate on D before we vote on D?
No, I've made a ruling on D. The chair's been challenged. We have to deal with that right away. And what's being challenged here is the right of council to amend D or not. So I say no. Deputy Mayor says yes. You vote yes to upholding my ruling. We're not amending D. You vote no. We can amend D all you like. So that's what we're going to vote on now. And I'm sure there'll be lots of chance to debate later, but we're not, that's how we're going to proceed. So this is not debatable, so the motion is should the ruling of the chair be upheld. We're going to put that to the floor now.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-3.
Okay, so D has to be defeated to add something on, which means we can vote on D now. Then Councillor Van Meerberg is going to have an amendment, okay? Is everybody okay with that? Okay, we're going to vote on D. Like, we're just going to vote on it. Is that okay? Good. I just don't want anybody to be surprised when a vote pops up. Okay, we're going to vote on D. I'm going to open D for voting.
Closing the vote, motion fails 7-8.
Okay, so D is defeated, which means Councillor Van Meerbergen, you can actually put an alternative on the floor. So go ahead. This will be an amendment to the main motion now because there's no D, so you're adding a new clause.
So we'll add the same wording that the clerk's office provided previously. I believe that's motion 5, but we'll just use the same wording. That the motion be amended to include a new part that reads as follows. That civic administration be directed to report back to the Community and Protective Services Committee on the feasibility of including diaper waste in the green bin program.
Okay, moved by Councillor Van Meerbergen, seconded by Councillor Lehman. That amendment to the main motion is now on the floor. We can debate that. Go ahead. Oh, and I'll invite you if you want to speak first.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I think we all know that at various parts of life, diapers are a commodity that are very necessary, and how we deal with that and dispose of it currently, I don't think meets the test. I get literally dozens of complaints about why diapers are not part of the green bin program. As a means to have weekly pickup, instead of having them stew for 2 weeks before they can go out, and as they pile up. We have to keep in mind that our society, our population is rapidly aging, and a lot of older people are using these products. And we have governments at all levels encouraging to age in place, encouraging to age at home. Well, part of that is to have the diaper access, but also how do you dispose of these diapers? So I think it's the will of our community, and therefore should be our will as a council, to reflect that and include an easy weekly system into the green bin program. So this motion asks for a report back. My understanding is there's at least, I believe, 2 other municipalities that are also doing this in terms of diapers in the green bin. Perhaps I could ask staff, is that indeed the case? I thought I heard previously that there was a couple of municipalities that do include diapers as part of the green bin program.
Okay, go ahead. Your mic, Councillor Van Meren.
Oh, sure.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't have that information here exactly, but as I recall, Toronto accepts incontinence menstrual products and diapers, and I believe Durham may as well, although that is, I believe, diverted to their waste-to-energy incinerator. Certainly, if this passes, we would include information about what occurs in other municipalities, and I would suggest that if this passes, we should also include a review of disposable menstrual products as well, because they tend to be lumped into the same discussion generally in terms of waste management.
Thank you for that. That's actually a good point. I mean, that we could certainly add that to the motion if that's necessary, or I think we could just add that in. Menstrual products?
No, that would need to be an amendment to your amendment. So.
Just be additional, or?
No, Councillor, we're at council.
Just leave it?
So it can be added in, but someone needs to move the amendment to add it in. Because it's not in there now. It's changed in language. It's on the floor. It's moved and seconded. It's in the possession of the committee. So someone will need to move an amendment at some point during the debate, who's on the speaker's list, to add that in.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't necessarily disagree with Councillor Van Meerbergen. I just wanted to know, I believe that staff did have this conversation. We did look into it. So I just want to not be duplicating any work. So I guess I'll just take, or not duplicating work, but doing the work again, just in case we've done it already. So I do want to put that question to staff to see what kind of investigation or analysis that we did for this motion.
Thank you, Your Worship. This was investigated as part of the green bin program design that was brought to council prior to implementation. At that time, there were concerns about the ability to find a qualified processor and the impact on both the cost of processing the green bin waste as well as the end markets for that ultimate product. As you start including these sorts of products into the mix, it does limit your ability to potentially, A, find a processor who can do the work efficiently and at a good cost per ton, as well as to where that can be applied in the future, which right now our generally primary market for our waste that comes out of green bin after processing is as a fertilizer product.
Thank you. So logistically, it seems like there's some challenges there, especially with the fact that I guess some products, some diaper products are not necessarily compostable and they would have to be disposed of. So I did hear, I think Councillor Van Meerberg speaking, or Ms. Scheer speaking about using the incinerator, and we would have to logistically find a way to divert or take out any of the waste products for the diaper products and bring it to the incinerator, or I just wanted to confirm on that part.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe there's only 2 municipalities in Ontario that are accepting these products. One of them is Toronto, and I know they've had some challenges with the technical processing of those products. I believe, but I'm not entirely positive, the other one is Durham. Durham has a waste-to-energy incinerator that would be able to take this. We do not have a location that this product could go, so where it cannot go through our current contract provider, it would be screened out and taken to W12A, which is an increase in our costs, both in terms of our contracted provider, ultimately the tippage at the landfill, and the handling is more complicated. There is generally a reason why most municipalities are not accepting disposable menstrual products, incontinence products, and diapers, and it is simply because of the complexity of that actual item within multiple layers of compostable, plastic, non-compostable, inorganic material, as well as some of the biological concerns.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll have to think about this one. I do have in my notes that York is another municipality that's participating in this, so there's 3 I think I saw. York, Durham, and Toronto, as you said. So I guess I'll hear what council has to say about this and see I just want to not do more work that we've already done already, and especially if we know that it's not necessarily feasible, that would be the only thing that would be holding me up. But I do hear what Councilor Van Meerbergen is saying. I think it's a good question to ask staff and council, but I'll see where this council discussion goes.
I have Councillor Plaza next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For me, I'm a strong no on this. Just because you put something into your green bin, it will provide the weekly pickup, but it doesn't make it magically organic. It's still absorbent gels, chemicals, sometimes fragrance, it's plastics. And these items are mechanically screened out of that green bin, which means we're going to need more employees removing it physically. And then if we don't have an incinerator, you've just heard it still ends up at W12A. So regardless if you put it in your garbage collection or the green bin, should you go this method, it's still going to end up in the landfill. That's just where it's going to go. For me, that's just where it goes. And it's going to add more costs of handling trucks, though serving the purpose of getting it off your doorstep weekly, it still doesn't get diverted. It just goes to the landfill in a different way. As I said, I'm not interested in supporting this in any form, but not knowing council's desire to support this or not to support this, I would move the amendment at this time, should it pass, that it also include menstrual products. Hoping for no debate on it, but just to wrap it in there as per staff's recommendation.
Okay, and so that's an amendment to the amendment. I got multiple people willing to second that, and I technically we have to do this. There can be a debate on the amendment to the amendment, but I think the council's just trying to make it holistic, whether you support it or not. So hopefully this can be quick, but that addition of those other products to be looked into with diaper waste is moved and seconded. We will now have a debate on that. I'm not sure if there's anybody who needs to speak on that. We'll open that amendment for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, I'm going to use the same mover and seconder for the as amended amendment, but go ahead and you can continue.
Thank you. Happy to continue my speaking time. Just realizing this also adds more human produced biohazards into the green bin. Should it pass, not sure if there's any different training we would have to do or what other issues that might concern with employees who currently collect this. I know staff had already, when the program was designed, we had fulsome discussions, the council the day to look at the options before us, with that information before us. I know those reports still exist, should council members wish to receive them. So for me, I'm a no, but appreciate staff's insights and work on this in the past and as we move forward. But just for me, you're just putting in the green bin, but it's not actually organic, and you're taking up space for organics to actually be diverted, in which case some people might just stop using the program. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hopkins, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Maybe through you, I just have a quick question, first of all, before I make my comments on the direction of the report back, which is to include diaper waste. I wonder exactly what we're asking for here. So I'm very familiar of other municipalities having this the diaper program in their green bin, but the poop is taken out before it goes into the green bin. So I'm just wondering what more information are we going to get back here to what we've already been given? I just need a little bit of clarification exactly what direction council wants to go here with the diapers.
I'll go to our Deputy City Manager.
Thank you, Your Worship. We have provided information as part of the program designed for our current green bins. I don't believe the technology that would allow these to be processed well as organic materials has changed. We would be able to update the cost of that service, and that would be the only new information relative to the recommendation provided previously from staff. There is not a new type of diaper out there or a new processing technology available to us in this region that would allow us to ensure that these are actually composted in the industrial composting service we use. So it would just be an update to those costs and expenses.
Thank you for that information. So I won't be supporting the amendment, even though I can understand where the councillor is going. I don't hear a loud concern in the area that I represent when it comes to diapers. I do think, you know, as the program unfolds, we'll learn a little bit more how Londoners use the green bin and the garbage. And it's always a debate how we deal with our garbage. But one of the things I was pleased that staff did make recommendations for group homes, especially adult group homes, that they work on a business schedule. So their diapers and that from these homes are sort of picked up on a regular basis as opposed to the 2 weeks. So I won't be supporting the amendment, even though I can understand where the councillor is coming from. But I think we've had the information, we've got the information. I'm not sure exactly what we're looking for in this report back. And you know, starting with a qualified processor as well as one that's nearby is really making me stump right off the bat here. So thanks for the conversation.
Councillor Lehman and then Councillor Frank.
Thank you, Mayor. We devised the green bin program, at least 5 years ago. I know it was delayed by COVID. So it had to have been, you know, early in my previous term. You know, Councillor Hopkins made a good point. You know, it's an evolving program. So we've just had a few years where we've started using it. Londoners are getting used to it. Participation rates are growing, which is great. However, as with any new thing, comes some challenges. And one of those challenges, quite frankly, is moving to a bi-weekly pickup of general waste. And as I said earlier, these products are the biggest thing I hear from folks as we moved into the new waste management system. We've got a problem. I think it's incumbent upon me to support looking at this problem, whether it's within a green bin. I understand it might not go to general waste recovery. It doesn't now in the general waste pickup. But is there a way we can have essentially a weekly pickup of these items as opposed to, you know, 8 weeks of special delivery or a special weekly pickup? So I encourage support of this. Let's look at how other communities have looked at it and go from there. But I want to hear how we can do it, what it costs, and make that decision at that time based on things that we talked about 5 or 6 years ago.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you, and I won't be supporting this motion, as my understanding is adding green bins to the compost would in fact just contaminate it and pretty much make it unusable. I would be interested, however, in looking at some sort of collection program that collected diapers on their own and then other items of the same, and then do a waste to energy pilot, or in the same way I know Nespresso pods are collecting their own bags and then those have some sort of end of life use. I would be interested in that alternative, but at this point I don't want to contaminate our existing compost stream. And as someone who just went through 2 years of diapers and the green bin process at the same time, I will say it is pretty brutal in the summer. That said, I got through it and I did have to buy some bag tags, and I made my way through, and it was a little bit annoying, but nonetheless, I was happy to have the green bin picked up weekly as well as the recycling. And then buying a couple extra of those bag tags and having them at home when I needed them, and just having a bag of diapers that went out on its own the morning of was a perfectly adequate solution for me, and I was happy to do it. So appreciate where the councillor's coming, but I think that this would be better suited for some sort of waste to energy pilot, and I'd be happy to work with them and support that in the future.
Any other speakers to this? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis, and then Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to say Councillor Pelosa highlighted very eloquently a lot of the reasons I'll not be supporting this. Councillor Hopkins asked the excellent question that provided the answer I needed to hear, that the only new information we would really be getting is an updated cost. And to Councillor Frank's point, we're not talking about a waste to energy option at this time. We're just talking about what I heard was a special pickup for these items. And whether it's in the green bin and having to screen them out, or whether it's some sort of special pickup, I come back to a couple of things. There's the process and cost. It's actually, in my opinion, not our responsibility to solve every problem for every individual household in the city. Councillor Frank just spoke to the fact that she worked through it and used bag tags. You can get, even if you don't have a garage, you can get a secured container that can stay outside your home where these items can be stored until pickup. They can be transported to an Enviro depot if you really want to get rid of a couple bags quickly, and it's the same cost as a bag tag, except you don't wait for somebody to pick it up, you drive it there yourself. So there are options. There are ways for folks who are dealing with this for a period of time to deal with it that doesn't require a city-wide program to be implemented. I'm not saying that I wouldn't be interested in this discussion in the future, but I think that there is a couple of things that we need to keep in mind here. We heard Ms. Scher say the composition of these incontinence products really hasn't changed. There's still non-recyclable material in them that can't go anywhere. And so for me, that's why it's a no right now, as well as we are moving towards the pet waste option. So we are making an adjustment. We are looking at a pilot program. And I think as we adjust these programs, the green bin program, we need to walk before we run. We have approximately 11 million people in Ontario on some sort of version of this same sort of waste collection program. So it works in other municipalities. I know in terms of looking at what Toronto did, and this was back when we were rolling out the green bin, even then Toronto was having issues with the diaper stream in their green bin program, and I know that they continue to have that. It's actually making their program more problematic than helpful. So I'm absolutely supportive of moving ahead with the pet waste. I think that's step one. I think this might be a conversation that we revisit in future years, but it's not one I'm prepared to revisit now because I'm not hearing anything has changed in terms of the ability to recycle this material. And Councillor Pelosa said it very well. All we would be doing is allowing it to go into the green bin and then taking it out to transport to W12 anyway, which is why it goes in the black bag garbage, so it goes right to W12.
Councillor McAllister, excuse me, McAllister.
Thank you, through the chair. Appreciate the discussion today. Almost wonder if I should recuse myself with a kid on the way. I'm about to experience the diapers, so maybe I should refer this and come back in a couple of years. No, but I do appreciate that. I think this is an important discussion to have, especially considering this is something we will probably all hear from. But I mean, I just needed to go on the record in terms of I'll probably be changing my vote to voting against this because I wanted to have the discussion, appreciate it. But in terms of what I've heard, the technology hasn't changed. I don't want to contaminate the green bin program as it is. I agree with Councillor Frank. This is maybe something we should look at as a specialized service. I mean, unless all of a sudden, we create some wonderful, compostable diapers in the next couple of years. I don't see this changing right now. But I think this is a discussion, obviously, we should have as things change. But right now, I'll be a no on this.
Okay, Councillor Pribble, go ahead.
Very similar to my colleague, Councillor McAllister. I just want to see this and explore in terms of the green bin. Like, for example, like some European countries do sterilization, separation, and repurposing. And I didn't hear that kind of at this stage currently in our state, so I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, that exhausts my speakers list. So this is on the amendment that Councillor Van Meerbergen put forward that was amended to expand the scope a little bit. So on the amendment, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion fails, 3 to 12.
Okay, so we're back to the main motion. Any speakers to it? All right, let's open the main motion for voting. Yes, Counselor, we're in the middle of voting. It's the main motion, there's no D. So, okay, all right, we'll vote.
Motion carries 15 to 0.
Okay, go ahead, Counselor.
Thanks, Mayor. So we are on the next item, item 7. That's 2.3 of the report, proposed temporary warming center framework. I'll put that on the floor.
Okay, that's on the floor. So I'll look for speakers to that. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Similar to before, I pulled this because I'm going to be voting no, and the reason is because of the funding source. It's because it's coming from the 2025 operating, or the 2025 property tax surplus, of which we know that we need it and more. Like, there's not going to be enough money to do all of the things that we need to do. The shelter contracts come up for renewal next year. When we approved them 2 years ago, there was a $4 million shortfall that we approved coming from the reserve fund. The budget operating monitoring report let us know that there is a funding issue going forward, that we don't have enough money to do all of the homeless services that we have right now. And so to go ahead and approve one from this funding source without seeing the big picture, without understanding how much money we have, what are the demands on it, I just feel like it's premature that it's jumping the queue to approve this one without looking at the others and without a full evaluation really of what it is that we're doing and what is needed and what are the priorities. We're calling it a temporary program, but this will be the 4th winter, I believe, if my counting is correct. And so at what point is it not temporary anymore? It was part of the budget. We didn't approve it then. Now it comes forward now. And in the past, I was told we didn't take operational funds out of the reserve fund. The rationale was that it was temporary, but when we keep doing it over and over and over again, it feels like it's contrary to the policies. It's contrary to, again, the taxpayers that I listen to that are on the brink of homelessness themselves and that are saying we need to work within our provincial and federal funding allotments. We need to find out how we can serve more people with the funding that we have and not put it on the backs of the property taxpayers. And when our rates, I understand this year we won't be very high, we'll be under 5, but in the past that 8 and 7% rates were affecting our renters as well. So for that reason, I will be voting no. I did want to mention too the use of the Boyle Community Center. So again, we all know we need winter overnight shelter spaces when it gets very, very cold. Absolutely, we need it. But it is again in one area of our city. It's in an area that has been dealing with the oversaturation of social services in that area, and now we're going to be doing it at a community center, which means that their regular programming is going to be We were told at a committee that they were going to be stopping the weekly programming, making it more drop-in style so that there was less impact when the community center was needed. This impacts families. And there are children who have weekly programs there that may not have them now, that may have to travel further. People don't all have cars that they're able to move around the city and change community centers. Plus, this is an area that had not been as impacted by homelessness. And there is a concern that as we use that center for 2 winters, that there's going to be a movement into that area of the neighborhood. And so I won't be supporting it. The cost works out to about, by my math, $242 a night per person in that community center. And I just wonder if there's other ways that we could be supporting people that's more financially effective, and that it's not an equity issue where we're placing a burden that belongs to the city in one area of our city, in one neighborhood, and to certain people that are paying an unfair portion of a burden that belongs to the entire city.
Any other speakers to this? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-2.
Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Next on the list is item 9, that's 3.1 of the report, that's the Health and Homelessness HOLA Community System Response Research and Evaluation Report. I'll put that on the floor.
Councillor Trosao, we got to.
Were we just voting on Stevenson's amendment or on the main motion?
There was no amendment proposed. We voted on the main motion.
I would like to ask for reconsideration because I would have wanted to support the main motion, and I'm very sorry.
Okay, you can make a request for reconsideration. So one of the 13 in favor has to be willing to move reconsideration for Councillor Trosao. Councillor Lehman is willing to move it. Councillor Ferrer is willing to second it. So what this will be is reconsideration of the matter that was just before us, so Councillor Trosao can fix his vote.
Thank you.
Okay, so reconsideration is not debatable. Reconsideration is on the floor. We'll open that for voting. As soon as it's ready. Sorry, put you on the spot there. Also reconsideration. Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, so the chair, assume you're willing to put the same item back on the floor. Okay, it doesn't need a seconder, so I just want to check that. So any further discussion on this? Okay, so we're voting this again. I'm going to open the vote.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay. Next on the list, it's item 9, 3.1 of the report. That's the Health and Homelessness Whole of Community System Response Research and Evaluation Report. I'll put that on the floor.
Okay, that's on the floor. I'll look for speakers. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I have an amendment to move.
Sure, go ahead.
So I can read it out. Civic administration be directed to request and report back with the metrics as presented and discussed at the October 8th, 2024 SPPC meeting.
Okay, I'll look for a seconder for that. Councillor Rahman. All right, that's on the floor. I'll look for speakers. You're welcome to go first if you'd like, Councillor.
Yeah, I'll go ahead. So when the presentation was last October, it was a great presentation, and they provided the metrics that we were going to be expecting, the templates that were going to be used. We had an opportunity to ask a lot of questions, got great answers. It was supported unanimously at that committee meeting. I supported it. I thought it was a great presentation. I thought the templates were great. I thought the metrics were thorough. The answers to my concerns were great. So I'm not sure why we didn't get all of it when the report came to us this time. But my request to my colleagues is just to say thank you very much for what we did get, and to ask staff to go back and ask this research team to complete what it was that they presented to us last year. It's the high level of information that I think is required for us as a governance body. It'll give us and the public that year-over-year comparatives that they explained how valuable that was going to be. And so it was something that I was really looking forward to, something that I still am fully supportive of, and I'm confident that with council's support, we will get that information that that we were all, I think, looking forward to. Maybe just through you to staff, if I can ask if there is information or reports that was potentially that they've received that just haven't been included in this public report?
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Dickens.
Through you, Your Worship, neither the folks at the Center for Research on Health Equity or Social Inclusion, or CRESI, or city staff have access to additional supports that we chose not to publish or produce. What council will see, though, is that some of those items, such as the number of shelter beds, those will be included in the soon-to-be-launched new homelessness dashboard. So from the time of the SPPC presentation to date, council also approved a new homelessness dashboard, which was to produce online information, including things like the number of shelter beds or occupancy rates and so on. That information will be on the new dashboard and was falling outside of the scope of the whole community system response, which was looking at hubs and highly supportive housing. There are other data sets that, as this research started and was conducted, proved to be very difficult to obtain, at least to the fullest extent, and in some cases to any extent. Some of that data is owned by other organizations, some of it was not readily available, and some of it could not be produced, despite the intention originally that it would be information we could get access to.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Just to follow up, because this is the second time now I've heard that it falls outside of the scope of the whole community system response, which is just hubs and highly supportive housing. That is not, that feels like that was a change, because even if you go back and listen to the presentation that was done last October, it was very clear that this was looking at the whole response. It was looking at coast. It was looking at a number of MOUs between the cross-sector partnerships. It talked about funding. It talked about the number of staffing, frontline versus management, encampments. So has there been such a radical change in the whole of community that now it's just hubs and highly supportive housing, not even encampments and our other homelessness response? I just want clarity on that.
Mr. Dickens, go ahead.
Through you, Your Worship, the report actually includes available, So you're correct, it is more than just Hubs and Highly Supportive Housing. The report actually covers all of that stuff. The report speaks to the workforce, it speaks to impacts on business, it speaks to impact on the healthcare system. It's well documented. In the report, it includes available hospital data on emergency department use by people with no fixed address, preventable deaths among people experiencing homelessness. But it also notes in the report that more specific data, example 911 calls or COAST call volumes related to homelessness, could not be included due to the limitations in the source data. That's not data that the city owns, and it was data we were not able to get access to. In terms of encampments, metrics related to encampments were not included in the evaluation. The encampment plan was sort of sparse in its endorsement by council. However, operational funding for the full implementation was not approved. So we were not actually activating much of that plan, so there wasn't much to evaluate. So it is certainly more than just Hubs and Highly Supportive Housing, but the contents of that research is well documented in the report.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Just a final follow-up then. This is $600,000 invested, and we've heard there's hundreds of researchers. So if there isn't data for encampments and coast calls and everything else, then what is all of this research that's being done?
Mr. Dickens, you want to take a shot at that?
Thank you, Your Worship. I can't speak to the additional research that's being done, but I can speak to the fact that we were fortunate to receive outside funding for this work. The dollars that are referenced came in partnership through St. Joseph's Healthcare and their generous foundation, as well as other community partners. But the St. Joseph's Finch Mental Health Foundation provided the funding for the researchers to conduct this work through Cressy, and it was not funded through the city. We started focusing on the work itself and the evaluation framework that was before council. We know this work, as it matures and as it evolves, it invites other researchers to the table. Many academics, frontline workers, and people with lived experience have helped shape this evaluation framework. And we know there are other evaluators and researchers that are exploring other alternatives and other options to dig deeper and to evaluate other aspects of this work as well.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I appreciate the extra information. Regardless of the fact that we have the dashboard coming, which is great, I do think there's real merit in having the templates as presented to us last year with whatever information is available. Number of shelter beds, active encampments, number of people living in encampments, substance use deaths. A lot of these things, it would be good to see the year-over-year comparator. Having data as we go forward to make decisions over the next 6 months, which are going to impact neighborhoods and people living on our streets over the next year, is going to be really important to have that data. And as I said, it was presented to us in a great way. It was supported, and I would like to have, if not all of it, as much as can come back to us would be great.
Other speakers to this? Councillor Ferreira, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So I do know that some of these metrics will be coming back to the dashboard, and I know some may not be necessarily within the dashboard. But as we start having that implemented and the phase approach coming through, maybe I would work with the councillor and maybe we can get some of those metrics back on. I just wanted to ask when, if I can just go to staff, you just let me know if we're still on schedule for the release of phase 1 of the dashboard and when that would be, and potentially if you can speak to the other phases of implementation as well.
Go ahead.
Through you, Your Worship, yes, as planned, phase 1 should be launching this fall. In fact, we expect it to go live this week. The other phases, they will start to come online as originally described to council.
Thank you. I'm excited about that. And phase 1 implementation will have demographics, the population numbers. I believe it may have numbers of encampments citywide, and it will show year over year data trends for other years past, or other months past as well. I think it's granular and it goes down to monthly, and we should be able to look into years. I guess I'll just go back to staff to potentially confirm any of that or anything that you can add.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. I'm sorry, I don't have the detailed breakdown of the content of each phase. It is as we had presented it to council previously.
That's okay, thank you for that. So the dashboard will be released this week. I am looking forward to that. It will give us metrics, numbers, populations, demographics, a lot of the preliminary figures and numbers that we have right now. And in additional phases, we will have more expansion on that. The type of housing that we've built, housing that we've brought people out of homelessness into housing, it will show those numbers as well. But I will be willing to work with the councillor, if you'd like, to see if we can bring any other metric that may not be captured in the first or second phase.
Sorry, you're good? Okay. Other speakers then? Okay. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Preble.
Thank you. I think that most of you know that I love the comparative analysis, and I think that's very useful, and we do need it to kind of evaluate the present and kind of come up with proactive initiatives for the future. I truly believe in this platform that's coming out, and I do, any study, any feasibility studies that are done and different teams, different stats are collected differently. We are gonna have this, I don't think we would be comparing totally apples to apples in terms of if this group did this comparative analysis to our future platform. Therefore, I'm good with the platform. I will not be supporting what's in front of us. I do want that platform to work if there are any councillors that feel that there are certain data that needs to be collected, that it's missing. Let's work on it together with our staff, but let's move forward, because as I said, even if we go backwards, we are not gonna be comparing apples to apples. Each group collects the data in different way, and I believe this is the better way to do it. So I will not be supporting what's in front of us, but I really want us to work together with our staff on the future of our platform. Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, we'll open the amendment for voting.
Deputy Mayor Lewis? Closing the vote, motion fails 6-9.
Okay, on the main motion, speakers. Go ahead. Oh, yeah, Deputy Mayor Lewis and Councillor Stephen, I know you just moved an amendment, so you can speak to the main motion, of course, as well. So go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, as long as we're not, Councillor Stephen hasn't yielded the floor on the main.
She only rose to move the amendment. I mean, if you want, you can continue on first. But she only rose to make an amendment. She has not actually spoken to the main motion.
Thank you, Worship. So I will say, and I actually had supported the amendment only because I will say that it would have been helpful to me to see in this report, the data that could not be presented flagged as we couldn't access the data. Because I did feel that the report was missing some of the things that I expected to see from the discussion we had a year ago. That said, I also appreciate the answers Mr. Dickens gave us about how some of that will appear in the dashboard, how some of it is just not accessible. But I just want to say, going forward, as we continue to get these reports, I think it would be helpful to have a bit of a flag in terms of where information belongs to other organizations and cannot be provided through this format. It was noted in there, an increased use in HIFIS and some of the reporting mechanisms that we use and the by name access list. I just wonder if through you, Mr. Dickens or another member of the team can update us on what progress we are making with respect to agencies all using the same method and the same system, because we see agencies come to us, you know, and we just made the decision on the temporary warming centers, but I think to Councillor Stevenson's point, had we seen, you know, shelter bed numbers in this report, which I realize are not ours to necessarily access, but it would be helpful in assessing whether our winter responses are correct, at the correct levels, at the correct variations in terms of surge capacity versus warming center spaces versus those things. So I'm just wondering if staff can indicate where are we in terms of our service provider partners, you know, coming together, moving through a single by name list. And I ask that respectfully as well, because it was just a cycle ago, Councillor Ferrer and I worked on an affordable housing project where, again, we had an affordable housing provider having their own list and our by name list. So where are we on getting everybody on the same page on this?
Go ahead, Mr. Dickens.
Through you, Your Worship, I can report with limited information that we're still continuing to make progress. As far as contracted agencies, those organizations are using HIFIS. As far as third-party housing providers, I wouldn't be able to comment on their HIFIS uptake. I was not prepared for this question related to HIFIS uptake, and my apologies. A lot of the HIFIS usage at the individual level, at the participant level, comes down to consent. So we can have all the organizations in the world be enrolled in HIFIS, trained in HIFIS, understand the HIFIS requirements, and sometimes we have limitations when it comes to the end user, the participant, not providing consent to have that information collected. There is anonymous data that is collected through the system, but that does obviously create natural barriers or challenges that our staff continue and partners continue to try and overcome. So I'd be happy to try and get an update from our managers on our Housing Stability Services team that oversee the HIFIS program and get some information circulated.
Go ahead.
Thank you, I appreciate that, and I know I threw that fastball down the middle without any warning for you there, so I didn't expect you to necessarily have all the details ready, but I did want to ask. I'll take you up on sitting down one-on-one at a time when we can arrange a meeting after you've had that conversation, because I do think if we're going to continue to, you know, pursue a coordinated approach, we need all boats rowing in the same direction on this, and we need people using the same systems so that we all have the same numbers. I even struggle with the idea that, you know, we can't give participant consent, because I think if you want help, there's also a responsibility to participate in help in the way that it's offered to some degree. I recognize people have different issues going on in their life, but if you want help, we need the information to actually help you, and so I think that that's a bit of a challenge as well. And so it comes back to the old rights versus responsibilities, and I think there's a responsibilities piece involved here as well. I do understand that there are challenges, and I do understand that we can only ask, we can't compel at the moment, but I just wanted to flag that. I do think there was a lot of good information in the report, I will say, and I appreciate the work that went into it. Looking at the emergency visit diversions and those kind of things, all very valuable information to share. I will say, I think one of the costs that was perhaps missing when we start to compare costs of psychiatric beds versus supportive housing beds versus inpatient mental health care, we're missing the outside costs. And again, I get that that's not a scope that we necessarily have a full picture on, but we, even as a city, are running CIP programs to allow BIAs to run CEPTEDs and increase the fortifications, there's no other way to say it, of some of their places of business. That comes with a cost. There's increased cost around foot patrols. There's increased costs around private security. We had during our multi-year budget discussion debates about security costs at
30
some of our
seconds.
boards and commission locations. So I think that has to be a part of the discussion moving forward too.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to comment one thing about the report. I'd also like A and B voted on separately for this one. When we, specifically around the highly supportive housing, I really think what was missing in this report was an evaluation of the impact on the neighborhood surrounding the highly supportive housing. So we had petitions from 4 of the condo apartment buildings near the 362 Dundas House of Hope, where residents are saying that in the last year, it's become really unsafe in their neighborhood. Unsafe to go for a walk at night, unsafe to go to the dog park near there. That wasn't represented in this at all. The business survey was the Downtown London 2024 survey. I think there should have been a survey of the businesses right around this highly supportive housing, because we're looking at the success inside with the 49 people. But what if there's hundreds of people in the apartment buildings that are suffering? We've got businesses nearby that are saying their business is really down, and people are just coming in and picking up from the residents. They're not willing to bring their families. I just feel that there needs to be some balance when we're evaluating these programs, that we're looking at the visitors who come to our city, the people who work downtown and in that area, the people who come to visit people who live in that area, the people who want to take their families out into the great local restaurants that we have. There's business reviews for the hotels that are publicly available, stating the serious safety concerns that people feel when they attend hotels in the heart of our downtown. So we've placed, with property tax money, 24 extra beds in a location last year that I am hearing, and it's not even my ward, but I am hearing pleas from the neighboring community to address the issues. They say there's constant sirens, constant emergency vehicles.
Okay, point of order from Councillor Trossau. Go ahead.
We're evaluating whether to receive the research report, right?
Yes. I
Yeah,
believe
so I think what we're doing is we're now talking about many of the other indices of poverty in the area, of issues in the area. I think we need to focus on what's at the council table right now and just not go off on a parade of horribles about everything else that's happening, that many of which are outside of our control. We have this research report that's on the table.
Okay, Councillor, I think you made, I don't want you to get into debate because you're trying to make your point of order, which is I'm taking as the councillor is out of scope and you're asking me to keep her in scope as your point of order. The rest is more debate than anything. So I'll say to that, I think that certainly there is a service in the area. There's also a municipal park right beside it that has had challenges for a number of years. So I understand your rising in saying keep focused on the research evaluation, but part of the facilities are evaluated in it, and so I want to give the council a little bit of leeway to comment on the report and the data and measurement framework. I know, although we had a motion and a debate on bringing some other metrics forward, I still think it's within the scope to comment, relatively broadly on the evaluation framework and what it's assessing, which could include some of these pieces. But I would say to the councillor, I think you're on track, but maybe just keep it tight around the what's before us, and I think I'll continue it on. So I'm going to say, hear your concern, but I don't think she's too far out of scope that she can't continue her comments. So go ahead.
Yeah, this report states that the House of Hope at 362 Dundas Street is a huge success. And I'm saying the report is not considering the impact and the negative comments that are both public and privately made, stating that it has been, as Councillor Trossau said, a parade of horribles. That is not reflected. And so I'm asking for, and I know I hear stuff about 403 Thompson Road, I can't speak as much around that one, but to not look at the impact. If we're helping 24 people with municipal property tax dollars, when people find out that that is being funded with their property tax dollars.
Now you're starting to stray, Councillor, and I see lots of people kind of nodding now. The valuation framework is fine, but now you're engaging in a debate about the assessment of a facility, which, I mean, you can disagree with the evaluation framework, but we're not here to debate the wider components of the success of one piece of the framework. We're here to receive the framework and then request the mayor and council to continue advocacy on a number of pieces. So not to say those things aren't things that can be debated, it's just, I do want you to keep it tight to, you know, the receiving the report on the evaluation framework, and you're, for the most part, your comments are there, but I now I see lots of colleagues nodding that you're kind of straying a little off scope. So keep it tight, that would be great.
Okay, that's fine. The whole of community system response, I've been saying since 2023, this is an evaluation of the whole of community system response, and there are residents and business owners and property tax owners and visitors to our city who are pleading with us to balance the evaluation so that we are not solely looking at the impacts on the few that are being served. If we are helping 24 people with the 1 point whatever million that we're spending at House of Hope of property tax dollars, and we're hurting hundreds of people and a dozen or 24 businesses, we get to, as a city council, look at it from a whole of community perspective. If we can't get that from this evaluation report, then I'm suggesting that maybe there's a task force or something is set up so that we start to take a balanced evaluation approach to the choices that we are making on behalf of the London taxpayers who are frustrated, increasingly frustrated with the lack of public safety and the lack of a broad perspective of evaluation that takes into account the impacts on their daily lives.
Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, and through the chair. I found the report quite useful. Having one of the properties actually in my ward, I'm sure Councillor Ferreira can speak to his own. I think part of our job is having that community engagement. I know the councillor seems to think that we have to have that as part of a report. I think that's part of our ongoing job. I will say with Thompson, I have frequent conversations with the community. I do take issue with other councillors saying they know better than others, and I find it a bit insulting that just reading a report, you claim that you understand the situation on the ground. I think we can all speak to our experiences, but I will say with 403 Thompson, it has not been without its challenges, but as we've said throughout this process, we learn, we evolve. I will say I've had very good conversations with Indwell over the period of time they've been open. They also operate other properties throughout the other parts of the city, and I won't speak to them because those are not in my area.
Okay, a point of personal privilege. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I represent a certain area of the city, but I also represent the entire city. So saying it that I'm out of order, sharing the concerns that people share with me, I just want the comments to stop around how somehow I'm inappropriate in speaking on behalf of Londoners.
Yes, so on the point of order, so we all speak on behalf of all Londoners. All of us do. We may be elected by wards, but we sit as the London City Council, and that means we care about all aspects of the city. So that means colleagues have to be careful about how broad they paint the brush of their comments, saying, I speak for all Londoners is totally inappropriate. Certainly, there are Londoners that we represent democratically, but we do represent all Londoners when we sit as a municipal council. So I would say the caution kind of goes both ways. You can not say a councillor only represents a certain area, but also not say that you represent the views of everybody all at once. So, but we do all, as municipal council, as a collective body, represent all Londoners and should be thinking citywide. So I'll say, I understand the point of personal privilege. I understand why the councillors commented that way. I think, let's get back to the focus of the debate. I think there's great points to be made by all. And so I'm going to say my comments have dealt with the point of personal privilege, and Councillor McAllister, you can continue.
Thank you. And perhaps I'm a bit defensive, but having one of these in my area and it constantly being used, 122 baseline, another example, I get very tired of having to defend properties in our respective wards. And I think, yes, we can be contacted by residents, but there are multiple perspectives. I think we have to speak with people involved, and that's part of our job as a councillor. I think the people who represent the wards themselves, we hear directly, we have our town halls, and I just think that also has to be respected. So I appreciate the mayor's comments. I, again, still just say I appreciate the report. I would also like to say, in terms of Part B, one of the things we talked about at committee, and I appreciate the mayor's comments on this, but there is back and forth. In terms of the metrics, these reports, the mayor indicated that these are important things to have with both provincial, federal conversations. And so if there are issues with the metrics, if there are gaps that the province and the federal government are identifying that they need more information on very specific things required for funding, those are things that I would like to hear about, because that's how we need to change our metrics if that is a gap that is indeed identified, and I have to date not heard that. So I, again, appreciate the advocacy, the mayor. I know many councillors also take those opportunities as well. And I will say also with the metrics, perhaps something that Councillor Lehman and Councillor Stevenson can take back to the police board, and I have seen in the past LPS do a very good job in terms of metrics around coast, around 911 dispatch. Those are things that the chief has been very successful with presenting to us when he has the opportunity. And I would say we might not have all of these metrics, but there are other partners, including the police, that can speak to the success of those programs as well. It's not all on city staff to have those numbers at their fingertips at all times. Again, I just want to thank everyone who was involved with this. I recognize, this is a large undertaking. There are many projects that have only just got online, and in my conversations with our agency partners, obviously we'd like to see more comparators. There are other supportive housing projects, other hubs coming online, and more data will become available over time. But as we have only had a few years in terms of seeing how these things run, it will take time to collect that, and I am confident that we can adapt these to the changing nature of what happens in our city, especially when it comes to homelessness. Thank you.
Okay, I have myself on the speakers list next, then Councillor Ferreira. So I'll turn over the chair to the Deputy Mayor.
I will take the chair, and I recognize Mayor Morgan.
So I'm just going to speak briefly on a couple of points. First, I think the debate is good, but also interesting. It's funny the Deputy Mayor stood up and said he supported the last amendment because he wanted to get that sort of information. I actually opposed it because and support the same thing, because the motion was very specific to asking for requested metrics, which staff said aren't necessarily available in this report or not. So I think that there are data and information out there that we are interested in. I think some of it will come as part of the evaluation framework, some of it will come as part of others, some of it will be on the dashboard. I think there is an interest in council in knowing in a clearer way which pieces of the original framework are available, which ones aren't. Why is that the case, and where can we find them if they're not part of this particular research project? Because I recognize that when research grants are funded, there's a relative level of independence with the researchers to pursue kind of the paths that they're researching, both on a qualitative and quantitative perspective. That being said, I think the good points about data being available in different areas. I do support receiving the information and the work that was done. I think there is good data and information in the report. I think that they've proceeded along the lines of as they'd indicated they would, and have produced the first reports. To Councillor McAllister's point, I think as new metrics and interest come along that either the province or others are interested in, certainly it could be requested that that either be collected through this framework or information that could be collected through other measures if the data is available. On Part B, certainly supportive of Part B, the request to prioritize advocacy efforts with both levels of government to secure ongoing funding in support of the related services. I think one thing that the report does make clear is that, when services are working, services that cost money, there's always a risk about the sustainability of those services if you don't have adequate ongoing funding supports. And so I think our continued advocacy on this front is important to stay as a priority, because a number of the things that we're engaged with and researching are squarely within provincial jurisdiction, crossover with municipal jurisdiction, or crossover with other partners within the sector that are both provincial and municipal, whether we're the service provider or not. So I appreciate the robust first initial report on this. I look forward to future reports, and I think this is an ongoing, evolving thing, and I'll certainly, upon council approval, be be asking for your support in whatever way is possible to continue to prioritize our advocacy efforts, both as a council, as the mayor, and in partnership with the other agencies and entities that are impacted by this. So those are my comments. I appreciate the debate and discussion so far, and I think this is just the first iteration of the data measurement framework. We will certainly see others in the future.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll return the chair to you. I have no one to add to your speakers list.
Okay, Councillor Ferreira, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to everybody who's participated in the debate. I think it's all appropriate, all comments I've heard. The report does speak to a public narrative that remains polarized, and it does speak to misinformation and stigma out in the community. And this is exactly what the report is trying to overcome. It's trying to provide information, it's provide clarity so we know what is working, what is not working, how can we improve, and what direction we need to go. We can't just go and start making actions or taking directions here without actually having the information at hand so we know what would be the best and most appropriate way to move forward, what would be the most efficient way to use our resources. So I would want to start with that comment right there. With the House of Hope, we have some great metrics from the House of Hope. I do hear some issues or concerns about the House of Hope, but I would say I've been on the ground and I have canvassed the entire area, and there are other properties that are contributing to these issues. 388 Dundas, which is an unsecured building, which is on the other side of a hotel there, is a main source of some issues, not the House of Hope itself. So just to clarify that for the record, so people know, the House of Hope is one of our only, with other supportive housing providers, real way that we can actually help with some of the problems that our community faces with every single day. Some of the numbers that came out of this report for the House of Hope, emergency department visits down 83%. That's a huge, huge number. Hospital stays overall, 61% down. So, and then it also shows some of the costs of what we're dealing with. $100,000 per person on average that the city taxpayer has to pay if we don't take some of these measures. I would also add to how do we measure our level of success? And I say this a bit, but we are in a top-down failed system. We are operating at the city level here with really, in my opinion, the only way of direction. The city is one of the only entities that I know of that are taking meaningful directions. And yes, we are debating some of the issues. Sometimes it's a little contentious, but in the system overall that we're operating in, sometimes it's hard to really measure some values of success. Sometimes it's really hard to show success when we are operating in a system that seems to be not balanced in our favor, not balanced in one that we are trying to make some good progress here. So I would point out to that. And just some other areas that I've seen in this report. Our supportive housing is really the only tool that we have in our municipal toolkit that we can actually bring online, that can actually get as close to some of the deeper rooted issues that we're facing with. It doesn't go all the way, and it's not going to be able to help everybody, but it is the best tool we have. So we do need more of it. And if there are some issues, usually it comes down to a resourcing issue. I usually see if we were to resource appropriately certain areas, certain supportive housing units, we would not necessarily have some of the issues that we have. So the debate and the question here is, how are we going to resource it? If we have issues, we need to start really putting some funding down to mitigate those issues. So this evaluation report is quite eye-opening. I knew a lot of the metrics already before I went through the report, but it is something that helps us know which way we need to navigate. It does give us a direction to go. It does tell us what's working. It tells us how we can enhance certain areas. So I would ask anybody in the public who hasn't seen it, check it out. Along with more information coming forward from the dashboard that we spoke to, I'm really trying to get the facts. I'm really trying to get the truth of the matter and really trying to see how we can tease out those facts and use them so we can actually increase our impact and increase our ability to make a difference. So those would be my comments. I'm going to obviously support the whole thing. I appreciate the report as it came through. I appreciate all those who worked on it. I appreciate staff for bringing it forward and having meetings with us so we could ask our questions. So those are my comments.
Councillor Frank and then Councillor Trossau.
Thank you. I just want to say I appreciate the work that went into the report and appreciate the work of all the service providers, both who are in the community and also in the gallery today. I think it's really important that we continue to offer diversity of services, and what works for one person is not going to work for everybody. So offering hubs, shelters, outreach, highly supportive housing. I'll be voting yes on the micro modular shelter site because I think we need to be offering people different options because we want to make sure that they're inside. And I would say, of course, there are impacts to the community. I think we're doing what we can to try and address them. But I'm always open if members of council have ideas for solutions. I'm always open to looking at even more options that we could be providing to the community to address the both internal issues to some of these buildings as well as external issues. So happy to work with folks on those ideas. But just wanted to say thank you.
Councillor Trosa.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I spoke at length at committee about what I thought about the quality, the qualifications, and the integrity of the research report that we received. I'm not going to repeat that. I'm just going to say, if there are people on this council who do not think that we should, and what is this motion actually asking us to do? Receive the report. Wow. Receive the report. We're not going to receive the report? So how bad would the report have to be for it to rise to the level of something we don't want to receive? I think we'd have to show that there was a consistent flaw in the methodology, maybe that there were ethical issues, maybe that it was poorly written. None of that's present here. And to say that we shouldn't receive the report really misses the point. Because what's on this agenda is receive the report. That's not a big ask. We receive documents all the time where there might be underlying differences of opinion. But I think, and this is just my opinion, I think that all in all, this research came to a conclusion, albeit a tentative conclusion, albeit a conclusion that is going to need a lot more research. And research is an iterative and continuing process. So this report is in no means the last word on the research that's going to be done on this. Maybe it's a starting point, an entry point. But I think the bottom line is this research report gave us indications that what we're doing is working. This research report gave us indications that there have been some successes. Not enough, but there have been some successes, and there's something to what this council has been trying to do. Now, I know that there are a lot of people in the community who find that abhorrent, who just say, no, that just could not be this case. Because you go out on the street, you see people in distress, and you say, see? We get these things on YouTube that have lots of hits. See? But you see, that's not research. This was research. So if anybody wants to vote no on receiving the report, I suggest that you come up with a much better justification for why you're not receiving it. Thank you very much.
Other speakers to this? And it was asked to divide it into two. There are two parts. There's receive the report. There's request to Mayor and Municipal Council for more advocacy on the things within it. So go ahead, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to share my thanks with staff and the agency for the work that they did on this report. I think it gives me as a councillor information that I can share with the community. By no way it means that we've got all the information, but it is information that we can share, understand, and as it relates to B in particular, the advocacy to the provincial and federal governments, we as a municipality, we have the problem, but we need the help. And I think that is something that every time we have this conversation around homelessness, housing, it really underlines the importance of the assistance that we need from other levels of government. So we'll continue that advocacy. And thanks again for the work and providing us information that we can share.
Okay, Councillor Pribble, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. This report did have some valuable information that we can analyze and move forward. I would love to see, in this report, for example, the coast and ED visits and hospitalization. I don't know if the hospitals, police would be able to share with us, but certainly would be a great benefit to us. The platform, I'm going back to the platform, and I really encourage all of my colleagues that if there are certain things that potentially when you see there that's missing there, please talk to our staff and talk to them sooner the better. So we start with all the information and we can track it down. Going back to this, in terms of when we did during the last meeting, when we introduced the matrix, and I do understand that we did not approve the fully budgeted amount for this. Having said that, if there are certain things that potentially already staff knows that would not be able to deliver, please advise us so there is no expectation that we are getting all those items and all those matrix. I think the biggest issue is, and I know I'm going to stick to the whole of community system response, and us as a councillors, we weren't part of it from the beginning. Having said that, things happen, we move on. But I still don't see us how we are working, council, staff, social agencies, community organizations, how we are actually working together and maximizing the opportunities for our community, for the 500,000 of Londoners. We can't resolve everything during the standing committee meetings and then council. That's not how it's going to work. We really need to find a way how to work better and deliver overall the better results. Because again, we need to maximize our opportunities and we really have to improve on this, rethink this. And yes, time went by, but again, let's look forward. Let's rethink this, how we are working together with the staff, with the agencies. And I really hope that, and again, I'm not going to be passing an emotion, but if the staff can kind of revisit this and look forward and let's see. There are certain good things that happened, no doubt. But did we miss opportunities? Absolutely we did. Even just that we brainstormed together all three areas that we can do the best possible things. Thank you.
Okay, that exhausts the speakers list. I was asked to divide this. There's a part A and a part B. Part A is the receive the report piece. Part B is the advocacy piece. So A first. I'm going to open A for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
Okay, and part B will be next. That's the advocacy piece. We'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
I'd like to move a 15-minute break if I could.
Sure, that's moved by Councillor McAllister, seconded by Councillor Ferreira. I'm gonna do it by hand, but hold your hands up just to make sure that we have the numbers. All those in favor? Any opposed?
That motion carries.
All right, 15 minutes. Okay, thank you. Please be seated. All right, thank you for entertaining that break. We're back to Councillor Ferrera's report and on to the next item. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor. Last item that was pulled for the 14th report of the Community Protected Services Committee was item 10, that's 3.2 on the agenda. That's the adequate and suitable cooling bylaw and maximum temperature amendments to the AMPS bylaw A54. I'll put that on the floor.
Okay, that's on the floor. I'll look for speakers. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. I asked for this to be pulled. As I indicated at committee, I'm going to be voting against this. While councillors may have different opinions, it's my opinion that this is largely a virtue signaling bylaw. I do not believe we are going to be able to adequately enforce it. I do believe that even with the reduced time that it would be in force and effect, that we actually create some mechanical issues in regard to how buildings are heated and cooled. And I also honestly, as we heard at committee, the Residential Tenancies Act already covers a portion of this, and so it is largely a redundant bylaw. So both based on the ability of staff to adequately enforce, the redundancy with the RTA, and the fact that, you know, at the end of the day, the only way to say, well, we're going to be able to enforce it is to add to the bylaw complement, which we already have a considerable workload with, and limited time and resources and a number of competing interests. I mean, we heard earlier in the discussion around garbage and renters and the ability to have property standards maintained adequately, that there are challenges there. I am not in favor of having a bylaw on the books for the sake of having a bylaw on the books. I'm not in favor of putting more resources into this, particularly when it does only speak to buildings where there's air conditioning. And we know already it's not within our purview to require landlords to implement air conditioning where it doesn't exist. There are already clauses in people's leases, so for all of those reasons, I won't be supporting that.
Councillor Trossat.
Thank you. Through the chair, we had a very robust discussion about this, along with some amendments at committee. I won't repeat all the points I made, other than to say I think my position at the committee, which I lost, was I wanted to see this bylaw go a little further. That didn't happen, so I'm just going to support this bylaw. And I think to say that there's similar provisions under provincial law, so it's redundant, really misses the point that in many instances municipalities have concurrent jurisdiction with the province. We see that all the time. It's not unusual. And the fact that there's a provincial measure, as was pointed out, does not disable a municipality from legislating in that area if it's otherwise within its sphere of jurisdiction, which this clearly is. The next point I want to make is we have no way of enforcing it. Well, yes, we do. We have bylaw enforcement, and if there are violations of the bylaw, complaints can be made. We're seeing some improvements. We'll see more. But we have bylaws, and they need to be followed. So to say this would be difficult to enforce, well, unfortunately, we have a lot of bylaws on our books that are difficult to enforce. I won't start mentioning some of them, because then I'll go out of scope. Mary's smiling. Plus, I don't have that much time. But we have to do what is in the interests of the health and safety and welfare of our residents. This bylaw, as it is, does that. So I'm going to support it. And I think it's as simple as that. People should be able to have proper temperature. This bylaw doesn't do that across the board, but it's a really good start. So I'll be supporting this, and I hope others do as well. Thank you.
Any other speakers to this? Okay, seeing none. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Pribble.
Thank you. I did not support this during the committee, and I will not support it at the council either. I'm not going to use maybe then redundant bylaw, but there is a, on the provincial level, under provincial jurisdiction, this area is addressed. And just so you know, anyone who doesn't have the sufficient cooling in their apartments, they can purchase a window or portable unit, which can be subtracted from the rent. And in addition, I think the effectiveness and the efficiency of us looking after this bylaw, I think there will be a lot of times would be addressed at a later time, that it won't be addressed immediately. So I think that when we say that we have a lot of bylaws that we cannot really properly address, so this would be, let's say, another one. But I really think the effectiveness, efficiency, and it is in place, it's not necessary. And I actually talked to quite a few people that are on limited income, and some of them told me, I think that if they don't have the electricity utilities included in their rent, they feel that actually they'll be the ones who are paying for it. And many of them told me that I'll rather pay more money, I don't want to pay 12-month higher rent or cost me more money just for 2 months to have a comfort. Would it be nice to have a comfort those 2 months? They say no, they would not say that it wouldn't be better. Having said that, to pay for 12 months, they're on very fixed income. So I really don't see a benefit of this, and I will be voting against it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Ferrer.
Thank you, Mayor. So I will be in support of this. I do see some of the concerns that are raised. I do see there is some hesitant support for some of the organizations that have brought in concerns, but I will say this. Just from the report, there was a public engagement portion on that. 77% of respondents did say that they reported health issues or discomfort in the high indoor heat. So I do understand that there is a provincial component to this, but there is some discretionary ability for the city to take some action on this as well. There's not a complete separation between these two areas. So with that, this is, as far as I'm concerned, a little bit of extra insurance, a little bit of extra support for people who are renting, especially when it comes to pretty hot days, especially in high rises or units that have multiple stories, because heat does rise, it does stay there. So just to provide some extra help, some extra assistance, and it is for apartments that already have air conditioning already available. So it's just to ensure that continues moving forward. So I will be supporting the committee recommendation.
Okay, other speakers to this? Okay, seeing none, then we'll open the committee recommendation for voting.
Closing the vote, motion fails, 7-8.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
That concludes the 13th report, or the 14th report of the Community and Protective Services Committee.
Sit down.
All right, then you get to do the next report too, so you can keep going.
Yes, I do, Mayor. So for a special Community and Protective Services Committee meeting, I will present the 15th report of CAPS with one item, and that is with the micro modular shelter site.
Okay, that's on the floor. I'll look for speakers on this. Go ahead, Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had pre-circulated a motion that was clerked, looking for that to be put up in e-scribe. Would you like me to read it out? Okay, I have a nod. So I would say the preface with this was I was a visiting counselor at the committee meeting. I don't serve on that committee. Had spoke with staff with questions at the committee meeting. So moving those points here, that civic administration be directed to bring a briefing note on the public agenda of the Community and Protective Services Committee regarding agreements and contracts as they are finalized. J, civic administration be directed to have a discussion with the London Transit Commission administration regarding Route 30 in terms of service frequency and any concerns. K, the civic administration be directed to arrange for optional site tours for members of council and media prior to the opening of the micro modular shelter site.
You gotta, I'll look for a seconder for that. Councillor Rahman. Okay, that's moved and seconded, so we'll now on the amendment. And I'm gonna ask people, probably gonna be a lot of debate on this. Let's keep this debate tight to these amendments, and then we'll have a main motion to debate as well. Go ahead.
Thank you. As I said, was a visiting member to the CPSC committee. Ms. Ramalou had spoke to these points, realizing this topic and this project is going quickly through council and committee, just trying to keep all the conversations in one place for transparency with the public and for ourselves. I'll note staff was going to bring a full report back in around end of Q1, Q2. Was just looking for a briefing note of updates as they come, just for we'll be apprised in the public as decision points are reached. As for Jay, I know that we wear two hats in this space. So just making sure that London Transit Commission, that is the cheese factory Route 30, is more of an industrial route. So having some concerns from residents as well, looking to see if it's going to be changed, and what kind of should there be any different increased service to that route, or any concerns to make sure that they can bring them forward. And I know before in the past we've looked for site tours, but this would have to be organized with the clerks if a group of us wanted to go at a time to make sure that we avoided any quorum issues, but also use staff times efficiently to make sure the doors opened on time. That was the premise for it. If there's any questions, happy to take them, or as I said, Ms. Ramalou is the one who answered them at committee. I didn't have a question. I said, should I have someone have a question? She had answered that committee. I'm good.
All right, I just wanted to make sure, because everybody was looking like, what was the question? I was like, I don't remember hearing one. Okay, good. I have Councillor Ferrer next.
Thank you, Mayor. I support all the amendments here. I do have some questions just on the transit part. If we were to look into discussion with LTC for any enhancements on Route 30, would that preclude transportation services provided by the agencies to the site?
I don't know who's going to answer. Mr. Dickens, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. We would have to have those conversations with LTC and have those transportation discussions. I don't think we would be precluding anything at this point. We're looking at understanding the impacts and demand for transportation services, both for those that will be working in the space and those that will be accessing the services in those spaces.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, with that, if that is indeed the case and we are still going to have transportation services provided by the agencies, and this would be an additional connection by enhancing the route there, then I would be in full support of that. The briefing note in support of that, obviously, I'd like to see as much information as possible, and then the visit to the option for the site. I think that would be good for all of us to check that out, just to see how the operation looks and actually ask questions there. So I'm going to support this amendment as it is in full, and I'll leave my comments there until I get to the main.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I certainly don't have a problem with a briefing note. We did hear at committee that the intent would be to bring forward a complete report sometime in the new year. But getting the contracts as they're finalized through briefing note to me, that's actually a better way to receive the information rather than wait for it all at once. If we just get it as we go, that's absolutely fine. With respect to the Transit Commission, I'm not going to oppose the amendment. I will say, since the Transit Commission is 7 members of individuals who are sitting in this chamber, I don't think it's necessary to provide a direction. I think that Transit could reach out to staff as well. However, I'm not going to quibble over including that in this motion. I just think, for me, I'm cautious when I hear colleagues talking about transit enhancements. I don't think that the desire should be to have transit providing a shuttle service to and from downtown for folks who are seeking help at this site all day long. One of the reasons I'm supportive of this is because of the remoteness and because of the success I saw at Fanshawe Golf Course several years ago when we did the trailer setups. This should not be a site where transit service is easy and accessible so that negative influences have easy access to the site as well. That's part of the attraction for me of the remoteness. Now, workers being able to get to and from shifts, absolutely, we need to look at that and make sure that that's a viable option. I'm cautious, but I'm willing to support this. But I'm sharing right now my reservation on this is that this should not be a site that's seeing service enhanced for the sake of people being able to come and go easily. This should be a question around whether people who are providing services on site are able to get to and from work. That to me is the question here. And with regard to the optional site tours, again, I don't think that's necessarily something that we need to have in direction, but again, I'm not going to oppose the direction being there. I think given the attention that this has received, we would want to show the media the site before we start bringing people in anyway. And if councillors want to be part of those site visits, I have no issue. I shared a committee that I actually visited the Fanshawe Golf Course site when it was in operation while people were living there, and had a chance to talk to them about their experiences. If councillors want to peek at these things before they open, I don't have any issue with that. I mean, I think that that's one that could just happen, that it wouldn't require direction, but again, if the councillor wants it in writing in this case, given the high level of interest in this issue, I'm not going to oppose and vote against it. I'll support it. I just think that some of these things could be just dealt with through discussions with staff or LTC commissioners coming forward on their own. But again, that's in writing. I don't have a problem with these.
Any other speakers to the amendment? Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I appreciate the 3 amendments. I just have one amendment to this amendment that I'd like to make in keeping with our commitment to accountability and transparency, and that is changing the word regarding to with the, so that we get the contracts as they're signed. So that's in I. Just for the public, I'll say it says civic administration be directed a briefing note on the public agenda of the Community and Protective Services Committee. Currently, it says regarding agreements and contracts as they are finalized, and I'm saying with the agreements and contracts as they are finalized.
I can't do a friendly amendment, but I don't know if that is exactly what Councillor Pelosi was intending or not. I just want to know if that's the case, because I could try a quick process.
It was not my intention. I appreciate it. I just don't know how big these agreements all are, if some of them have confidential pieces to them about payment or safety concerns. So I was really just looking for the briefing note. I don't know how much of the contracts would be redacted and was trying to keep it simple and quick.
Okay, so that's different. So that's an amendment to the amendment on the changing the word regarding to with the agreements.
Your Worship, I don't know if staff could be of assistance with drafting it, realizing it might need to contain, if not confidential or.
Okay, I'm going to see, so we might need to add some language, but I'm going to see if there's a seconder for this first. If there is, then I can. Okay, there is. I just want to make sure we cover ourselves in the language for any legal obligations we have. I don't know if with is sufficient or whether you need something else. Go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. My only hesitation is if there are confidential matters in the contracts, some of it might have to be brought in camera rather than as a briefing note.
Yeah, and it's not directed whether they're brought public or in camera, so I guess if it has confidential pieces, you'd land them in the appropriate spot. So that motion, or the amendment, I'm going to say can stand. It's moved and seconded, so we'll now move to debate on the amendment to the amendment. And just that piece. So go ahead. Okay, anybody who wants to speak to the amendment Okay. Okay, then go ahead.
Then I will just say that, my experiences across civic administration, we usually do get the contracts. This is in line with our commitment to accountability and transparency. If things have to be in closed session, everybody understands that. But rather than just a briefing note, I think it's good to have the contracts. We get photocopier contracts, we get all kinds of things. Even just recently, we were able to get the contracts for different shelter arrangements, and people do expect those to be transparent to the public. So as to whatever degree we can, I'd like to have council support in that.
Go ahead, Councillor Trosau.
I thought the word regarding was very elegant and well chosen, because it leaves a lot of discretion to staff regarding, pertaining to, about, with respect to. And I think that's what we're looking for. Not going down to the granular level of saying with these particular documents, which can just raise a whole nother series of potential problems. So I'd be inclined to vote against the amendment, and I think the word regarding is a well-chosen word. So let's leave it. Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers to the amendment Go ahead, Councillor Pribble.
Thank you, and through the Mayor, through the Chair, to the staff. Some month ago, and I know I said this last week as well, the staff did a great report in terms of evaluating certain agencies, what they delivered, how much the costs were, and kind of a comparative analysis, which I thought staff did a fantastic job. Then there were some changes, and those changes that I was hoping that the council was going to direct and agree with what I was proposing to update it. So there's a continuity, and current, future councillors, they know exactly what was delivered, etc. So the reason why I'm asking for these contracts more than ever before is if the council, some other councillors, if they don't mind seeing it, I do like to see it to do my own comparative analysis. If there is the word regarding, the proper question, how can you make me more comfortable that those details in terms of services and costs will be included in the word regarding?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through your worship. So what we would be bringing back in the memo, or if it's on the agenda in the report, would be very similar to what we bring forward for any of our contract awards. The vendor, what the contract was for, and the amounts, and any other pertinent details.
Thank you, and through the Chair, one follow-up. And in terms of services being delivered, would they be included as well?
Mr. Dickens.
Through you, your worship, we would provide the standard form, executed contracts, and all the applicable schedules as necessary. Thank you.
Sorry, just for clarity, Mr. Dickens, you do that with the word regarding or with the language that's on the floor? Because that was kind of the root of the councillor's question originally.
Thank you, your worship. So we plan on entering into using standard form template agreements. So if we're to come back to every CAPS when we execute an agreement, we would use related or otherwise. It's not either way for us. We're going to have one standard form agreement. We will publish that with the applicable schedules.
Thank you. One more last question through the Chair to Mr. Dickens. So when you and your team, when they put together that two-pager, which, as I said, was very positive, was great, the information you would provide now, I will be able to input those details in terms of services provided, so my table would be complete?
Go ahead.
Through your worship, I'm not sure I understand. I'll throw it to Mr. Cooper. Perhaps he can answer that one.
Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, and through your worship. All of our contract details, so agency expected services, are outlined in our Schedule B of our contract. So I'm not exactly sure what the counselor compares, but we would include all contracted services and the details in Schedule B. If there's something specific he's looking for, we could maybe take this offline and have a conversation.
Thank you, Sir Chair. One last follow-up, but if it's not going to be with the agreement, if it's going to be regarding the agreement, are you going to include in regarding the Appendix B information?
Thank you, and through your worship, as Mr. Dickens indicated, the wording is irrelevant. We will include the information that is in our executed contracts, and we'd ensure that no specific confidential information is included in those contracts moving forward.
Thank you very much. No more questions.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you. Through you to staff, roughly, estimating, how many potential contracts might be involved with this micro hub? And on average, how many pages is the average contract? Just looking to see the depth of data that we're looking at getting back and having to sort through.
Whoever wants to go with this one, go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship. Easily a dozen. By the time we use various city contracts for items that we already have procurement completed for, like fencing, like security lighting, like site prep, then we get into shelters, there's all kinds of things. So it could be quite a few.
And the second part of the question, Mr. Mayor, of how many pages on average is one of these contract things?
Recognizing that they might vary a little bit. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship. That is going to vary quite a bit. My understanding from colleagues, they can speak to service contracts, that they're maybe smaller. Some of our construction contracts are actually quite large. So there would be quite a difference in those. What we can do is sometimes we will refer to them as being on record and available upon request.
Thank you. I'm hearing like 2 pages per contract or like 50 to 100 pages per contract? 25, 30?
Thank you, through your worship. I'm going to say it's, yeah, in that range. Some could be 2 and some could be upwards of 50 or more.
Thank you. I appreciate if they're around and available to us. I would say if each contract coming back and potentially a dozen of them are ranging, we'll say 30 pages each, 50 each or more. At that point, this report's getting bigger than a PEC report, which can take you the full weekend to read. Also concerned about not so much the information being there, just the length of discussions in decisions that had already been made as executed by staff and the powers given to them. So that's my main concerns about it and why I didn't have it in the original motion when I tabled it.
Okay, other speakers to the amendment Okay, so this is just changing the word regarding. Okay, regarding is going to change to with the. That's the amendment we're on, so I'm going to open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion fails 6-9.
Okay, so back to the original amendment. Look for speakers to that. Okay, I don't see any, so this is Councillor Pelosa's amendment with the 3 pieces. We'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay, now you're willing to move the as amended motion, Chair? I need a seconder for the as amended motion, Councillor Pelosa. Thank you. Okay, debate on the as amended motion. I'll look for any discussion. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I would like to have D voted on separately. And I'm wondering, there was some talk about a section for recovery or a sober section. I'm wondering if there's any more information available on that, or if there's any consideration of making this a spot where people could go out of detox or who aren't suffering from addiction, that they could get away from the core area drug scene and be able to have some respite out further out on the edges of our city. So is that a possibility for us to make that designation, or is that something being considered by staff?
Okay, Mr. Dickens, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. We are in the early planning stages at this point in terms of site plan and looking at how we can scale this up. We understand the challenges are going to exist, and there are going to be many. There's going to be more challenges than solutions on October 14th. And that's going to be a reality that carries us through to opening day. We've heard from a number of frontline agencies, community experts, outside experts, other municipalities that have shared their thoughts and obstacles that we need to overcome, including how we design the space, how we create space for all sorts of people. We know the motivation is to get people indoors, especially as the winter elements come, and provide safe, supportive shelter for those folks. We are looking at trying to land a service delivery model, service provider framework, and it would be way too early in that process to start making commitments about who's going to be selected, who's going to choose to come, what type of supports will be available. We are working day to day on that work, and we expect that we will hit the ground running, but it would be too early to make a determination on number of units, location of those units, different providers for those units, what that looks like. We know that we are trying to support the whole person. Those that need access and want access to recovery services, that happens every day. We just debated a report that talked about how the House of Hope connects people to recovery and treatment. We expect that this space would be no different than that.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I guess what I hear on a regular basis is that people coming out of our detox beds, warriors who commit to 5 to 10 days and are able to detox themselves from drugs, do not have access to a sober shelter. Our highly supportive housing is not an area that is free of drug use, nor are most of our social housing buildings. So being able to get away from the drugs, even to access a free meal, is oftentimes meaning walking through people actively using illegal substances. So it's a concern that I hear about a lot. This seems like an opportunity to provide that much needed and desired access. I'm not going to bring forward a motion right now. I don't think it would pass, and it sounds like it would add an extra hurdle, but I do think that this idea that we offer recovery all the time, what I hear is there isn't anything. We've got a few spaces at Quinton Warner for men. There's a few rehab places outside the city, but we do not have what the province has committed to in terms of a recovery-oriented system of care, where people who are walking out a very long road to recovery have spaces where they can live that are free of illegal drug use. And I think that's something that I would really like to see this council commit to going forward. I have a question around exit strategy as well, because there's talk of this site only being available for 2, maybe 3 years maximum. And there was also the mention that there was no other site that was able to be shared. So what is the exit strategy, given that most other cities who've done this have found that there hasn't been an end to this type of shelter site?
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, Your Worship. And if I may, the previous comment, we understand and appreciate the need for recovery services. This council's been very vocal in their endorsement to ask the provincial government to create the free public access recovery services. And so we echo that sentiment that we need more recovery services in our community. I think the ask, for city staff to create a municipally run recovery center in 60 days would be too tall a task, so we appreciate your understanding in that regard. As far as the exit strategy goes, from day one, we want to make sure that we're trying to put people on the best path to housing as possible. So from day one, we're looking at your exit strategy, understanding some folks may need a quick touch and a short stay, and others may be there in 2 years, and we're taking the time between now and the end of that journey to make sure we're moving them to a better place of sustainability and stability to get into the right and proper supports. Perhaps one of those recovery beds will open up in that period of time as well. But we want to make sure that from day one, we're trying to support people into the next step of their recovery journey or their housing journey. As far as the exit plan or the transition plan for the site itself, I would defer to my colleagues around the site.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship. So as we've mentioned before, this land is actually slated for industrial development in a couple of years. So at that point, we would be looking at removing the existing micromodular shelters in the other buildings. Anything that was rented would be returned. Anything that we own, we would be looking for a site to store or reuse on, or possibly sell, depending on the circumstances that we find ourselves in 2 years.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just as a follow-up to that, and I appreciate it, is there any advantage to us adding an amendment here asking for that exit strategy to come forward to council, knowing that we don't want to be in a place where that has to close and we don't have another place, and given the trouble we've had finding locations, I'm just wondering how proactively we can be. I know you got your hands full right now, but you know, next year, something like that, could it come to us with plans for next steps?
Go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship. So what we're really looking at is either we don't need it anymore, which would be amazing, or we need a permanent site. So this would then either be direction through 2027 budget amendment or the next multi-year budget to look at what the next phase looks like.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I just want to clarify too, there seems to be some confusion around the word recovery. This has happened the entire 3 years of my term of council, where whenever I say recovery, people say, well, that's provincial health care. I'm talking about housing that is drug-free, right? Places for people to walk out their sober commitment that where they're not subjected to people who are using illegal drugs. And I think that's part of the recovery-oriented system of care that the province and that Alberta is modeling, is a long-term vision to support recovery in our community. People come out of 30-day rehab or they come out of 5 to 10-day detox. They have a long road ahead of them. And to be able to provide a pathway without gaps, where we're not sending people back to the streets, into shelters that people are still saying are unsafe, where we have harm reduction, we know we're handing out needles and things in our social housing buildings, we're handing them out everywhere, not everywhere, but in a lot of places, that there was a path that people who are committed to that journey could walk out on their own without us putting hurdles in front of them. That's really what I'm looking for, is a place where if they choose to do it, they are able to do it in an affordable way, right? Within our shelter system, within our transitional housing, within our housing. So, you know, I'm very happy to see an alternate location, to see it towards the edge of the city. Many people have been saying that. As the deputy mayor said, there's a lot of people who don't want to be in the core area with all of its issues. So this is a great option. I just cannot support the funding from the property tax surplus, right? We are short money.
Your time is up, Councillor. Other speakers? Go ahead, Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. I just have to do up my jacket because I spilled coffee on my shirt, so I apologize.
That's right. He got a photo already
Secret
before,
tell, right? Yeah, there we go. Listen, I just want to comment on this. The deputy mayor spoke of our experiences the last time we did something similar to this. This is not the first time we've tried something like this. Back in the last term, we had a winter response that was out at Fanshawe Golf Course. And similar concerns were raised at the time about taking people out of their community, away from services, and putting them farther away from the downtown core. At that time, it was Councillor Lewis, not Deputy Mayor Lewis, and myself went out about a month into it. And we spent a couple hours out there actually engaging in a really good discussion with the folks that were there. And we asked them the hard questions. We asked the questions that we heard were being asked of us when it was being challenged. And specifically, it was, some people feel that you're being taken out of community, and it's not fair. What do you think? Overwhelming. They said thank you. And the reason was safety. They felt downtown in their environment, they weren't safe. They weren't safe from physical violence. They weren't safe from the bad characters that prey on those with addictions or mental health issues, or that are just generally homeless. And what comes, it was a great discussion with these gentlemen, because what came out after that was, so why does that mean anything? Well, it lowered their anxiety. And once their anxiety was lowered, it opened the door to having good discussions about recovery or services that were available to help them transition off the street. In fact, so much so that in that very short time, this was only a winter response, 2 gentlemen actually gained employment where the employer drove there, picked them up, taken them to work, and brought them back, which they hadn't had for years. So I'm very happy to see this measure coming forward. I'm excited about it. It's another alternative to what we provide now, which a lot of it's in the core. Councillor Frank mentioned that as well. It's another tool that we can use to address this very complex problem of homelessness that we've been working as a council now diligently with staff ever since we've been elected here. So terrific to see it go, and I think we're going to learn a lot, and I think it might open the doors to other possibilities. So I definitely will support it.
Other speakers for this? Councillor Ferreira, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. I should speak to this. Working on this and speaking to members of my ward and constituents of my ward, I've been hearing a lot of people screaming for help, saying we need more capacity, we need locations to identify to actually place that additional capacity. And it's an ongoing conversation all the time. I said this at committee, but I probably put in like 70% of my time with our response to homelessness as my roles here as a councillor. And, it is a big thing that is on the top of mind for everybody all the time, especially people who are on the front lines. This motion that came from the mayor and has been discussed at committee and now is being discussed now, this comes from necessity and it comes from our experience. We need more space. We need more capacity. And our experience has been informed, and I said this at committee as well, of where we can place extra supports, extra capacity without potentially failing in that regard. Because as we can see, the discussion here is a complex one, and that complexity can involve both the negative aspects and the positive aspects. So to be able to move this through and actually bring something to fruition that will actually help us with the lowest amount of risk is why you see this recommendation the way it is from committee. In the end, the matter is where are people going to go? And that is the main thing that's always being discussed in my ward. We have a lot of people who have nowhere to go. There's a lot of restricted spaces in the city where people can't go. And we're just trying to open that up because right now, and we've said this before, the status quo, right now, the situation that is out on the street is much worse than it could be if we brought something like this. So this is why I'm supporting this. I also said that the location, and I hear the concerns about location, what's the ideal place to prop something like this up? There is going to be no ideal place. we're always going to find issues with every single location that we discuss, every single location that we identify, there will always be there. But I said this at committee, we can make up for that in the operation. How do we operate the microshelter site? How do we operate? And that can mitigate the issues with location. The transportation services, as we've discussed, those transportation services is a huge mitigation factor for any issues where we might be, it might look like we are disconnecting people from their home turf, from grounds, from friends, from communities. If we have that transportation portion in there, we won't be doing that. With the on-site laundry, we've had discussions on that too. We have to have on-site laundry, obviously, at this location. We need other things that need to be involved in that as well would be the pathways to housing. You know, this is not just a place for shelter. This is a place where we're also going to be plugging in those connections to help people get paper ready, help people find supports from agencies, to get people connected to other pathways to housing. So it's more than just a shelter. It is going to be operating as much with as much support as we can possibly give to it. But in the end, it's something that we're doing now. It's something that's needed now, and I have a full ward of individuals who are looking for any help that we can get. My only concern, and I said this at the committee as well, is the temporary nature of the site. I understand the site is temporary, and I'm concerned when we discuss this again, there's a potential chance we could lose this capacity, and we may just be stuck in a discussion to find a new location to put these 60 sites or these 60 micro shelters. We need to really talk about additional capacity. That's my concern. Obviously, that's not going to stop me supporting this motion as it is right now. But in the end, like if we are having a discussion on this site and where to potentially place it in the next iteration, when we should be talking about that additional capacity, that's where my concerns are. I would love to see us not have to use the micro shelter site. I would love to have that, but you know, the foreseeable future, I think we can all agree that that's probably not very likely.
30 seconds.
So I'm in full support of this recommendation from committee, and I hope that we can support it here because I have thousands of people who are looking for any extra help that we can provide. And they did send their comments to the council agenda, and I know there's way more people that would be sending their comments as well. So I'll leave it there because I'm running out of time, but I hope that we can get support for this.
I'll go to Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, and through the mayor, appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I know a quick turnaround time. One of the ways that I'm viewing this whole discussion too is I very much view like the micro modular shelter. I'm viewing this from an emergency management lens, and I appreciate the comments that Mr. Ladouceur made at committee, recognizing that declaring a state of emergency isn't necessarily going to get you any additional resources, but I very much view the situation we're in as an emergency. We've heard a number of speakers already spoken in terms of the capacity issues that we're constantly facing with our shelter system. I mean, I've previously asked that we engage with the province to try to boost our shelter capacity, but it is something I hear time and time again, and we need to provide some net new spaces, recognizing that there's a whole housing continuum, and this is just one component of that. We need to get various types of housing online. And for me, and I said this at committee, speed is really at the heart of this, and that's why I've always kind of been drawn to the modular option. I'm sure we've all got emails from different providers. I've lost count of how many unsolicited proposals from AMO or FCM or different providers. This is definitely a space where you're seeing a lot of movement in Canada, not just on shelters, but on modular building for more permanent structures as well. So I definitely think this is a space that we have to consider, recognizing also the Unity project took the first steps to running one of those operations. So I think, again, a lot of lessons to be learned. But I really do think we have to try something like this. I think it's also important to recognize in terms of the conversation, we are saying temporary, but these are things that could be moved. I do think we have to keep something like a micro shelter on hand. I know as we progress through this, I think that's a conversation maybe emergency management wants to have with natural disasters becoming much more frequent. Probably good to have some sort of emergency sites that you can put together quite quickly in a situation like this. Not necessarily exclusive to homelessness, but just saying that that's something also to consider. I do again just want to thank the mayor, also Councillor Frank, Councillor Purple. I know the Quick Communities was another thing that was put on the radar earlier in the term, but I really think that this is a space that we have to consider. We have to try it. Obviously, you know, we're going to learn along the way, as we have done throughout many of our responses to homelessness. But I do think we absolutely need to try this. I think it gives people another option, and in a location where we might not previously have considered. But it's something, again, we need to try, and then we can adjust accordingly. And hopefully we can get those resources the next couple of years. Again, conversations with the province and the federal government. Still hopeful we'll see some more dollars on that front and get other services online, so the need for this reduces over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Other speakers? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm not going to repeat really anything that anyone has said so far, other than, while we talk about the temporary nature, I think it's also incumbent upon us to remember that this is not the only thing we are doing. Very soon, the first building in the Vision Soho redevelopment will start receiving occupants. When that site is fully built out, there will be 700-ish new units of housing there. Over 380 of them will be of various types of affordable. There will be the 80% AMR, there will be the RGI, there will be highly supportive housing on that site. 380 new units of affordable housing coming online. The redevelopment of the Elmwood site, and another highly supportive housing location in Ward 11, I believe, will be coming online thanks to the work that's been done with Indwell, with our private sector partners who donated the land for this use, and the ongoing work Mr. Felberg's team is doing to help stand that up. London Middlesex Community Housing will very soon be moving tenants in to the first new build in 50 years. And the second new build, the foundation is already poured and the building is already rising above grade at the reimagined Southdale location. So this is one piece. And yes, we're calling it temporary because there's a whole lot of other pieces that we're doing right now to address the housing crisis in the city, both in general housing affordability terms, as well as specifically in the income gap where we have the affordable, the rent geared income, and the highly supportive needs. So things are happening, but those buildings don't get built overnight, and so this to me is a stopgap solution. I do not share any concerns about the remoteness of the location. I think this is a great location because of its remoteness, and Councillor Lehman spoke to that already, and I spoke to it at committee, so I'm not going to repeat myself there either. I do have a couple of feedback pieces, I guess, I'm going to offer to staff right now. I have had an opportunity to have a conversation, at least by email, with Mr. Dickens quickly. I appreciate the answers he provided to me. I do think, though, as we move forward, and I'm not looking to provide direction or anything, I know we're putting these pieces together as we go right now. A good, solid guest management policy is going to be crucial. And we have seen in other municipalities, the successful ones are very limited or no guest policies. So I really encourage staff to keep that in mind, because even controlled entry can let that drug dealer onto the site. So we have to be very, very, very aware and very, very cautious about who's getting in and out of that site every day. So a really strong, vital guest management policy is going to be necessary. I also want to encourage for discussion. And again, I'm supporting this. I'm not providing staff any direction today on it. But I'm putting this out there now because it happens in other locations. And it is possible that once a guest is on a social assistance benefit, that they are charged a small nominal fee to be living there. Could be $25. But if they're getting a $400 shelter allowance for ODSP or for OW, then there should be an expectation of a small contribution back, because if the goal is housing stability, they need to start thinking about and start expecting that someday they're going to be paying rent to live someplace, and that's going to be coming out of their assistance benefits. It won't impact their daily lives right now, but that is a start towards a level of responsibility. And I come back to what I said earlier. We can't talk about housing as a right without talking about housing as a responsibility. Rights and responsibilities go hand in hand, folks. So I think that it's really incumbent upon us to think about a very nominal fee that starts the pattern, that starts the education of the importance of budgeting for a small rent fee each month. Those are a couple of the points that I wanted to share. I know that as we develop out this in more detail, we're gonna be looking at things. I know we're not talking about
30 seconds.
6 rows of 10 houses. I know we're talking about pods where we will have people with different demographics in different locations on the site. There's gonna be security, all of those things. So I'm gonna be supportive of this, but I just wanted to share those thoughts with staff as they move forward on this project and develop it out more.
Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, and I'll keep my comments short. First, I want to say thank you again to staff, to Mayor Morgan, and to other councillors who have been working on motions that have led us down this path and in this direction. I'm supportive of where we're going. I will just say, I agree with Deputy Mayor Lewis. I do think that we need to look at some of the rules associated, and I'm wondering what that might look like in a report back to a committee.
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarification, is the councillor asking us to bring back a report to CAPS on all of the rules in the space, or?
Let me get some clarification. Go ahead, councillor.
Sorry, for clarification, will it be in the briefing note?
Maybe outline what the piece you're looking for. I think that's the part that maybe wasn't quite.
Sure. Any rules around occupancy, similar to what Deputy Mayor said, around guest management policies, any other potential rules, and what are the potential implications if the rules aren't followed?
Go ahead.
Through you, Your Worship, yes. Some of it will be defined through the service contract for sure, but other pieces we can bring back to council as an update. I think Mr. Ladouceur and Ms. Ramalou are going to have other updates they want to provide as well in terms of the site and some of the operations. There'll be a lot of information to cover, no doubt, but we can provide the operational plan updates for sure.
Thank you. And can a person that has not been able to access shelters elsewhere because of potentially losing their ability to occupy said shelter, would they be able to access this location?
Through Your Worship, I don't want to speculate here. We need to work with community partners and experts to identify the folks that can move in here. Our ultimate goal is to create a safe and secure space. That is going to be challenging no matter how we slice it. No matter how we design it, no matter how we staff it, this space is not going to be without challenges. We will have issues. We are going to make sure we mitigate those issues with the neighbors, with the staff, with the participants. That might not even be enough. I'm sure your inboxes are going to fill up from time to time with this space. But we want to make sure that when we are working with community experts to identify people that can move from where they're currently living outdoors to these indoor spaces, we're doing it to balance safety and security, to make sure we're putting people in a position to be successful. So some of those people will absolutely be folks that have not been successful or unable to access traditional services. There may be people that have opted not to attend or use those services for various reasons, that this provides an alternative to them that they desire. There will be some that have not been able to access the traditional shelter system who still wish not to attend this site for its remoteness, for its lack of social connection to their friends, and for the relationships they have in this community. But ultimately, we're looking at a mix of people to provide a balance of safety and security and make sure we're putting people in a position to be successful. Sorry for the long-winded answer, Councillor Roman.
Thank you. I appreciate long-winded answers. So I just wanted to ask or follow up on the conversation around the nominal fee. Would that come back to us in a briefing report, or would we receive an update on what that might end up being? Through
Your Worship, it's I think we'll take this away and look at what a report back to committee looks like. It's becoming a very detailed operational plan at this point with contracts and agreements. So yes, we can start to scope out what a report back to council looks like in terms of that operational plan. So some of the guidelines, some of the rules, where we land in terms of service provision, service models, and then any nominal fee or shelter allowance recovery that may or may not be a part of that. Those conversations are happening between city staff and the appropriate ministry at this time. I'll just let council know. So what council desires and what the ministry desires may be two different things, but you're in good hands with city staff. This is the work we do every day.
Thank you. I don't want to add another layer to say perhaps we could get a briefing note on the briefing note, but there might be some value in kind of just having some of those background conversations with staff just to provide more of the what are we looking for, and just through these discussions I know that helps so that we can flesh out what it is that we would need for more information, the briefing note. Overall, very supportive of the direction that we're heading in. I appreciate those that went first, that did this on their own, that put the time in, and that continue to remind us that this is temporary and this is not housing and we have more work to do, because I think that ultimately that is very important. Last thing I want to say, we talked a little bit about volunteers and we talked a little bit about the community wanting to help in temporary winter temperature related shelter, but we didn't really scope out what that could look like here. So maybe in the briefing note on the briefing note, we can talk about that too.
Oh, you're going to get an answer, even though that wasn't a question. Go ahead.
I don't know if it was a question, but I'll provide an answer. Absolutely, we can contain that in the briefing note as well. Realizing that volunteers can only provide so much capacity. Obviously, we want to rely on experts dealing with vulnerable people and so forth, but certainly there's a role that could be played, and we'll report back on that.
Okay, thanks. Other speakers? Go ahead, Councillor Pribble.
Thank you. I'm very happy with the proposal that's in front of us. As I mentioned during the standing committee meeting, I love our housing spectrum, and I believe the right side, the long term, as was mentioned here, Soho at other residential units, it's very positive. The left side where we had the encampments, and then we had the hubs, this goes in between, and very supportive of it. And I'm glad to hear kind of the honesty in terms of the challenges, because absolutely there will be, but I hope that through the proper case management, we are gonna minimize these occurrences and we are gonna get people back on track, that the 60 will actually become within a couple of years more than 60, because there will be more spaces created for other ones. Thank you.
Any other speakers? I have myself on the list, so I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will take the chair and recognize the mayor.
Okay, I'll say a few words on this. I'm not going to say I'm going to be brief because it's probably not true. First, I want to thank our staff. So I issued a direction to bring something before council in a really short time frame, and I want to say you executed on that really well. I know there's still a lot of questions. I know there's still a lot of challenges to address, but going from a direction to actually getting something before committee that is viable, functional, has a plan, a direction. I just want to say I want to thank you and all of the community partners who actually supported that work and will continue to support that work. I also want to thank, because this work reminds us that there are frontline agencies who are dealing with this every single day, right? And the work is not getting easier by any stretch of the means. With homelessness rising in the province, 25%, this work is not only incredibly important, it's exhausting, it's tiring, it's hard, and there are people out there who are doing this every single day. So I know council is aware of that, and I just wanted to take a moment to thank them and their staff for the work they do. I know it's challenging to do, and it's greatly appreciated. So, the site, the site is not ideal, right? It's not an ideal site. There is no ideal site. Yeah, and what else is not ideal is when homelessness is going up in the province by 25%. It's not ideal that people don't have the right level of social assistance to find housing. It's not ideal that housing is expensive. It's not ideal that we can't build enough affordable housing quick enough. It's not ideal that we have people actually sleeping on our streets. It's not ideal that we have, drugs in our community that people are addicted to. It's not ideal that we don't have enough mental health supports or treatment and recovery supports. The ideal solution to all this is housing, for the most part, housing and healthcare solutions. And as we continue to work on that and need the province's leadership on that and the federal government, we have to continue to make decisions to do the parts that we can do to help the situation as much as we possibly can with, the resources that we have and the capacity that we have. And so this is one of, as the Deputy Mayor said, many things that we need to be considering and need to be doing. And I want to thank my colleagues for the thoughtful debate at committee around this. I want to recognize the questions and challenges that some colleagues have with this. Size of the site, location of the site, community consultation. None of these things are ideal, right? Because we're trying to move quickly. We're trying to move quickly because people are going to be out in the cold. People are going to be unsheltered. People are going to be hungry. And we want to help some of those people as quick as we possibly can. So it's not going to be an ideal situation, but for a number of individuals, it's going to be very, very helpful. It's going to be more than we were doing yesterday. And so I also want to recognize that the design of the site is incredibly important in this endeavor, right? We have to take all of the things that we've learned from every other community that's done this and people in this city who have expertise to say, with a situation that is not ideal, how do we make it the best possible experience for the people who are going there, for the workers who have to support them, and ultimately for the pathways to housing and the housing providers that hopefully will be able to take some of these people through a site like this and into permanent stable housing. And I want us not to back away from the fact that there's a lot of challenges to even get this off the ground still. Like, we can have a vote today and we can set the approval, but we need to find providers, we need to procure the resources, we need permission from the Ministry of Transportation Ontario, and our staff are working on all that in the background. There's a number of hurdles in place still, and at any point, staff may come back and say, we've hit a really big hurdle, and we're gonna have some decision-making to make at that point in time. But I wanna commend us for taking a step forward and trying something. Trying something based on what other people have learned, trying something based on the need in our community, trying something based on the challenges and feedback that we've given so far, and our continued commitment to actually improving as we go. We've done this with everything we've stepped into. If we work through the winter, and there are a number of challenges at play, we'll make decisions based on those challenges, and we'll make adjustments. And if we go through the summer, and there are other challenges that come up through that, we'll make adjustments. But at least we have a plan and a structure that we can work within, that we can continue to make better as we go along. I've only got 30 seconds left. I'm gonna just wrap up by saying, I don't expect this to be perfect, but I do think that we have to do something. I appreciate council's support in this. I'll certainly be strongly supporting the motion, and I will be there every step of the way to support the adjustments, the advocacy, and all the pieces that we have to do along the way to make this as successful as possible, knowing that the whole situation is not ideal, but we will do the best we can, and we'll try to make some lives better in this community through this process.
That was 5 minutes on the dot on my timer, so.
That's what happens when you have a good clerk beside you who tells you timing.
So I'll return the chair to you.
All right, any other speakers on this? Okay, then we have a motion before us. I can open that for voting. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Councillor asked for D to be separate. So we'll deal with D first, and then we'll deal with the balance of the motion. So I'll open D for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-1.
And on the balance of the motion, everything else, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 15-0.
Okay. Councillor?
That concludes the 15th report of the Community and Protective Services Committee. Thank you.
Great report. Thank you. On to the report of the Planning and Environment Committee. That's item 8.5 on our agenda. I'll turn it over to Councillor Lehman to present that report. And I'll recognize Councillor Chousseau has informed me that he has to go, so thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I've had requests to pull 9 and 11.
Okay, 9 and 11 separate. Would anybody like anything else separate on the planning agenda? Okay, go ahead.
So I would like to move 1 through 8 and 10.
Okay, 1 through 8 and 10 are on the floor by the committee chair. Is there any discussion on those matters? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 14-0.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to put number 9 on the floor, 1511 Clark Road.
Okay, that's on the floor. I have Councillor Hopkins and Councillor Pelosi.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair.
Yeah?
I think I'll move that motion.
Oh, the chair moves it because it's presented.
Oh, yeah, pardon me. I'll second it then, because I have to provide the reasoning for the motion.
Yeah, so let me step back for a second. There's an amendment sheet related to this to provide some additional context and reasons from what the committee did. So with colleagues' indulgence, it's probably ideal to get that on the floor to make the full motion complete, which I think that's why Councillor Cuddy jumped up, is he needs to provide the amendment and the rationale.
Trying to be efficient, Chair. Thank you.
Apologize to everybody for that. So go ahead, Councillor Cuddy. You're going to move the pre-amendment sheet and it's seconded by the chair. So you can go ahead and speak to it now.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll read off the reasoning for the motion. It being noted that and by the way, the clerk has this, I believe, so I'll just read this. Being noted that the above noted amendment is being recommended for the following reasons. Number 1, the requested amendment is consistent with the PPS 2024. And number 2, the requested amendment would permit development that is considered appropriate and compatible with the future land uses surrounding the subject lands. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so that. Okay, so we'll deal with this amendment, and then if it passes, there'll be an as-amended motion that has to happen, but we'll take speakers on the amendment. Go ahead, Councillor Pelosi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This one was actually, as it came through committee, recommended for refusal. Committee voted 4-1 to not refuse it, but to move forward with it. Reasons for going forward was left blank at committee. That's why you see Councillor Cuddy standing today to provide that information. So just wanted to help put that into context. I was a no at committee and will remain no. Staff can speak to the reasons of the recommendation at any point should committee wish or council wish.
Appreciate it. On the amendment, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, on the amendment, I won't be supporting this. I was at planning, and I agree with the ward councillor that the developer is a good developer in our city, and I want to thank the committee for designating the farmhouse that's on the property as well. I think I really appreciate that. But I'm supportive of the refusal coming from staff. This is for height and density up to 10 stories, where 6 was the recommendation. There's a number of deficiencies here, and I know we all don't sit on the planning committee, but I would like...
We'll have debate on the main motion. This is just the amended piece to add the reasons, and then there'll be a main motion. Sounds
I can wait.
like some of this is main motion stuff, so.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. On the amendment to add the reasons that Councillor Cuddy outlined, any other speakers to that? Okay, we'll open that piece for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 11-3.
Okay, so as amended, motion moved by Councillor Cuddy, seconded by the chair. Yes, Councillor Lehman, good to second the as amended?
Yes.
Okay, okay, now debate on the as amended motion. Go ahead, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and I'll start all over again. I was at committee, and I was not supportive of the committee's recommendation. I agree with the ward councillor. The developer is well-known and does a lot of great work in our city, but I also want to thank the committee for supporting the designation, the historical designation of the farmhouse. One of the reasons why I'm supportive of the refusal is the height and density that is allowed up to 10 stories. For me, supporting growth in focused areas where applicable, where it's strategically placed is important. This is out in the rural area. We really don't see much development around this property. I also have concerns about the integrity of the properties around. But more important, what I'm starting to realize is that our policies should matter. They're not perfect. The London plan, I'm sure, no longer looks like it did at one time. It is our official plan. But when I see developments come forward, I really rely on these policies to have a better understanding on how we build our communities. And I take the advice from our staff as well. It does mean something to me as I try to explain to residents in my community why we approve these applications. So I won't be supporting it. For those reasons, thank you.
Okay, other speakers on the as amended motion? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I will be supporting it. And I'm going to respectfully disagree with Councillor Hopkins. The reason we have a planning committee is because sometimes council gets to decide to color outside the lines of the official plan. It's a guiding document. It is not the same power and force and effect as a zoning bylaw. It's not the same power and force and effect as the Provincial Planning Act. It is a guiding document, but it is not carved in stone. It's not the 10 Commandments. And we actually are allowed, that's the whole reason we have a planning committee. Otherwise, staff could just approve or refuse, and it would just be a bureaucratic process with no council input. In this case, we've got a ward councillor who's supportive of a little extra height and density in an area where at the moment there's very little, but it's not envisioned to stay very little. And across the road, another residential subdivision has already been approved and will start getting built out. This is not going to appear overnight. We even heard during the delegation from the applicant that they're going to focus on the townhouse phase of the development first, and then the high-rise buildings at the corner will come later on. That there is plenty of room left in the setbacks to allow for future road widening of Clark Road. We will be seeing development here as it continues down Kaleli and in between with Fanshawe Park Road there. We're already seeing that growth, perhaps not as fast as the growth that's been happening in the northwest or in the southwest, but it is coming out that way east of Highbury as well to Clark Road. And so this is an area of future development. Clark Road is an arterial road, so we are talking about locating density on a main artery. It's a primary north-south artery for the east end of the city. And so to go a few extra stories and get a few extra units there where we know that there's a holding provision in the bylaw for the water servicing, because staff have said the project is actually on the books, it's happening. I won't quote the exact date, and I'm not going to ask Mr. Mathers to either, but I think it's 2027 or 2028, the water servicing project is getting done. So at that point, there will be sufficient servicing capacity for the high rises there. And so this is a case of, this is a great opportunity to allow the higher height and density now, so that as people start moving into the neighborhood as it gets built out, they know what to expect at the corners. So it won't be a surprise to them when they move into the neighborhood that 10-story buildings are going to be at the corner and stepping back into four-story stacked towns and then into single-family homes as you move away from the corner. So I think this is actually a good example, and with the ward councilor's support, I'd encourage colleagues to support it as well.
Any other speakers to this? Okay, well, we're going to open the as amended motion for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 10-4.
Okay, go ahead, Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to put 11 on the floor regarding the official plan review of the London Plan, final industrial land needs assessment.
Okay, that's on the floor. I'll look to speakers for that. Councillor Frank, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I circulated an amendment that I would like to add. I don't know if the clerks have it queued up.
Sorry, say that again?
I was just asking if the clerks had it queued up because I just don't.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, you submitted an amendment. I'll just get you to read it out once we get it on the screen there.
Excellent.
Should be on the screen.
Here we go. Part I, that civic administration be directed to include as an appendix to the official plan review of the London Plan, urban growth boundary review report, mapping of a boundary expansion encompassing 1,054 hectares of developable land for information purposes. And I can speak to it if I have a seconder.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Hopkins seconds. So go ahead and speak to it.
Thank you, yes, and I'll include one question through you to staff. I was hopeful that we could get this map for 1,054 hectares. So based on my understanding, and maybe I'll just get confirmation through you to staff, that all of our other plans and strategies and everything that we're using to make any kind of informed decisions, we're using the council-approved population projections. And can I just get that confirmed by staff?
Mr. Mathers.
Through your worship, yes, that is correct.
Go ahead.
Great. So the main reason for having this is just to have a reference point. Given all of our other strategies and plans, we're going to be using a number that's more similar to 1,000 hectares when we're making all of our decisions. I like to actually understand what that looks like in our GMIS planning, what that looks like in our DC background study, because that map will actually be more reflective of where we are planning to grow in the next 20 years. So I was just hopeful that I could see what the near-term plans look like, and staff have let me know that it wouldn't be too difficult for them to make such a map. So that's pretty much all I was hoping for.
Okay, so that amendment's on the floor. I'll keep debate to the amendment. I'll look for any speakers. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. So I won't support this, and I'm going to ask colleagues, strongly encourage colleagues to defeat this. First of all, the number that's being proposed, while it may be influencing other plans, is not the number that we've approved for the urban growth boundary expansion. And that's what we're talking about today, is the urban growth boundary expansion. We have that number. Staff have sent out a draft map. There's been public consultation on that draft map. And now to ask staff to come up with another map, just so we can compare it, because it's not actually the urban growth boundary expansion that we're talking about, but just so we can compare it, because we'd like to see. First of all, not only am I going to ask them not to undertake that work, we know that planning staff have enough work on their plate already with the rethink zoning, with everything else that they are trying to undertake for us, secondary plans that need updating, all of those things. But in addition to that, we would be creating a second map without any stakeholder consultation, without any chance for any back and forth, for people who have been told by the draft maps that this is the land coming in. So now we're going to start a whole second round of back and forth. We're going to create a lot of animosity in the community. We're going to start creating fights over.
Point of order, go ahead. Microphone.
Thank you. Nowhere in any of my comments or in this motion have I asked for any consultation. And in fact, I explicitly did not ask for consultation, so we wouldn't have to have this debate at council. So I just wanted that clear. And I don't know if the deputy mayor is just adding that to his context, but I'm just saying that that's not at all included in any of this motion.
Okay, good clarification. Keep it to the motion on the floor.
But that's actually the point. The urban growth boundary map that we have produced has been a result of considerable consultation with landowners. And now, before the end of the year, we're going to ask staff to produce a second map without any consultation about whose land should come in and out, because it's based on another number that's not part of the approved urban growth boundary. So not only are we asking staff to undertake extra work, but we are doing so in a way that completely removes the stakeholders who have been involved in this process since day one of the urban growth boundary review to now not have any involvement. We're just going to bring forward a second map based purely on staff's opinion without input from stakeholders. And that is not an appropriate way to go about an urban growth boundary discussion, in my opinion. So I really strongly encourage colleagues to defeat this. It is a request for a second map for information purposes, because we want to know what it looks like if we used a different number, but that's not the number we've approved. Let's stick with the number we've approved and get this done. The clock is ticking not only on the urban growth boundary, but how that feeds into the GMIS, how it feeds into the next development charges study and the next development charges bylaw for the next term of council. So we need to get this done.
Other speakers to this? Go ahead, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the Deputy Mayor's comments, but I think using updated information in any plan or policy is up to us. Having that information included does not stop the debate or the consultation or anything going forward. It's using the numbers.
Okay, point of order or personal privilege, I'm not sure, but.
No, a point of order. The councillor referred to new information. Councillor Frank, in her introduction of this motion, actually spoke to the old information that council adopted prior to the urban growth boundary. It's not new information.
Yes, so let me just clarify a point of order. So this is not a point of order. Councillors are allowed to get information incorrect, and they're allowed to say it out loud, and there is no mechanism besides the debate to correct that. So we don't call a point of order just because councillor didn't say something exactly as you understand it. There is no mechanism in the procedure bylaw for that. There's no point of information. There's no point of let me add some context. So I appreciate that you'd like to clarify that, and you did, but those are not points of order. Councillors are going to stand up. They're going to say things. They might not get all the facts right. The next councillor can stand up and can correct that, but that's how we correct for it. We don't have a mechanism to jump in as councillors are speaking in this way. I would say it happens a lot, unfortunately, and it happens at all levels of government, but we just don't have a mechanism for that. So let's keep this, unfortunately, to the way the procedure bylaw operates. Councillor can continue with the comments, and if you have something that you feel the councillor is not correct on, you have a difference of opinion, you can stand up and express that when it's your turn to speak. Go ahead, Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Your Worship, and maybe I'll speak from the ward councillor's perspective of a ward that has the boundaries. Most of the increases in the UGB is in Ward 9, Ward 7, a little bit out in the east. I really do think it is important to have information that is available to any of us to consider and be informed.
Other speakers to the amendment? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, noting the motion fails 5-8, and that Councillor Hillier is absent.
Okay, so back to the main motion, which is the committee's recommendation. I'll look for speakers on that. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Frank, because you rose and moved an amendment right away, so you can speak to the main motion. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I was just hoping that we could get sorry, where did it go? B pulled separately.
B? Okay, yeah, we can do B separate. Okay, we'll do B first, just to make it easy. But I want to make sure everybody's done the debate on the whole thing before I pull up that vote. Anybody else want to speak to this? It's not a public participation meeting, so you just get to observe. We have those at committee, but not at council. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, well, if you want to speak to a counselor, I'd email them or check with them, but there's no public participation meeting here. So we have to continue with the meeting. Okay, so I'm going to pull B separate. We'll vote on B first. Okay, so we'll open B for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 10-3.
And now we'll open the rest of the item.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0.
Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you. That concludes the 15th report, Planning Environment Committee.
Okay, thank you. Added reports, we have a report from closed session. Councillor Rahman's agreed to read that because it's from her committee, so go ahead.
Thank you. This is the 16th report of the Council in Closed Session. Your Council in Closed Session report. 1, banking service agreement renewal with the Bank of Nova Scotia, that on the recommendation of the Deputy City Manager, Finance Supports, and the City Solicitor's Office, the following actions be taken with respect to the 2026 renewal agreement with the Bank of Nova Scotia. A, the report dated October 6, 2025, with respect to the 2026 renewal agreement with the Bank of Nova Scotia be received for legal advice. And B, a vote by Council in public session be considered to proceed with a limited tender procurement in accordance with Section 13(3) IV of the Procurement of Goods and Services Policy. That progress was made with respect to items 4.1, 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, 4.6, 4.7, 4.8, as noted on the public agenda.
Great. Any discussion on that? Okay, seeing none, then we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13-0, noting Councillor Ferreira has left the meeting.
Okay, we're on to deferred matters. There are none. Inquiries. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Yeah, just had one. I have heard about some overdose deaths inside of our housing programs, and so I was just hoping to confirm that there have not been any within our whole of community hubs in highly supportive housing reported as critical incidents. And would it be possible to get a briefing note on any critical incidents reported given to council?
Okay, that's the question. I'll go to staff to see if they have that. Mr. Dickens, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would not be able to confirm if there's been overdose deaths reported through the 2 hubs or the 2 highly supportive housing units. There may have been. I would need the team to go through the critical incident reporting. And as far as a report back, I will caution council members that the cause of death is not always known. That requires the coroner's office to be involved, in which case, in many instances, they're not involved. We have looked into this. We don't typically publicly report out on deaths other than at the aggregate. When you start condensing reported deaths down to a specific address or 2 or 4 specific addresses and then try to narrow it further into overdose specific, we could run the risk of identifiable information or that data being identifiable or attributed to an individual. So at this point, I would need the team to go and look at the critical incident reporting. As far as a report back, we wouldn't have an accurate depiction for you on overdoses specifically because that would require a determination on the cause of death, which is not always in place.
All right, thanks, Councillor.
Yeah, so the briefing note just on critical incidents then, like without the specificity?
That piece, was that something you could do or not? Go ahead.
Through Your Worship, is that council's direction to prepare a briefing note or report
No,
back?
it's not. It's a question from a councillor. at the inquiry stage, and a council direction would come through a committee to the solicitor.
Yeah, thank you, and through you. I think that's in the nature of a direction, so you'd have to look at section 18.4 of our council procedure bylaw, and it would require leave in accordance with section 11.4, which requires a 2/3 vote.
Yes, I'm aware. The councilor's question is it possible? And the answer is, it would take council direction. That's what she was looking for. It would take council direction to do that, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, yeah, I'm aware of how we would proceed if necessary. Okay, councilor, perfect. Great. And any other inquiries? Okay, seeing none. Emergent motions, there are none. Bylaws, okay. How we're gonna divide bylaws. We've removed bylaws 360 and 361. They didn't make it through a vote. We will deal with the childcare bylaw first for Councillor Van Meerbergen. That's Bill 366. We'll deal with, what's this one? Oh, then we'll deal with the treatment of operating budget surpluses and deficits as a separate bill. That'll be 371. And then we'll deal with the Clark Road bylaws. There's two of them as a separate matter. That's 369 and 379. Actually, okay, yeah, you're right. Both those ones will be together. It's 369 and 379. Okay, and then we'll do everything else after that, everything that's left. So we'll start with Bill 366, which is the childcare item. I'll just look to see, is there somebody who's supportive of pretty much everything that happened today? Oh, okay, Councillor McAllister and Councillor Cuddy will move in second, all of them. So we'll start with the 366, the childcare bill. We'll open first reading for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-0 with one recused.
Okay, and second reading of this bill. Any discussion? Okay, we'll open that for vote.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-0 with one recused.
And third reading of this bill. We'll open that for vote.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-0 with one recused.
Okay, we're going to do 371 next, which is the surplus matter. We'll open first reading for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-1.
And second reading on this matter. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12-1.
And third reading of this bill, moved and seconded by the same mover and seconder. We'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 12 to 1.
Okay, and next, the Clark Road bills, there's two of them, 369 and 379. We'll have first and second, our first reading on that. We'll open for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 10 to 3.
And second reading, any discussion on second reading? Seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 10 to 3.
And third and final reading of this, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 11 to 2.
And remainder of everything that's left, all the items. We'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13 to 0.
And second reading of all of these items, same mover and seconder. I'll see if there's any discussion. I have one small thing to say. I'll turn it over to the Deputy Mayor.
I'll take the chair. Go ahead, Your Worship.
I just wanted to mention for colleagues that with this package of items, which contains things from the Planning and Environment Committee, which involves net new units, upon approval of this set of bylaws, we will have approved, since we made our housing pledge to the province, just over 47,000 units of council permissions. Now, they haven't been built, but we will have crossed the threshold. Mr. Mathers can nod if I'm correct. Yes, okay. We'll have crossed that threshold of providing 47,000 permissions since we made our provincial commitment. Again, we still want them to be units and housing. We've got a lot of work to do to turn those into fruition, but with the good work of the Planning Committee and this council, we've been very permissive over the last couple of years, and that is quite an accomplishment to pass that mark. And we've got a lot of work ahead in turning those into actual homes that people can live in by the end of the decade. But I thought I would note that for colleagues because that number came a lot quicker than I think any of us could have anticipated. So just wanted to say thank you to our staff for processing such a large volume of permissions over the last couple of years to get us to the point where we've crossed this marker along the way of meeting the provincial and federal government's housing targets.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll return the chair to you.
Any other speakers on second reading? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13 to 0.
Okay, third and final reading of these package of bills. We'll open that.
Closing the vote, motion carries 13 to 0.
All right, and that concludes bylaws, which means we're at the end of the meeting. So I'll look for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Van Meerbruggen, seconded by Councillor Hillier by hand. All those in favor?
Motion carries.
We are adjourned.